Hey guys, let's go ahead and get started. How are you guys doing today? Doing pretty well. Nice weekend day, nice mild day. Looks like it's gonna be a pretty good weekend. Pretty excited for it actually. So today we're gonna talk about sort of like the best monsters by CR, because I realize that I sort of have, for those of you who been around with the channel for a while, know that I'm primarily an analog sort of player and dungeon master for obviously D&D, but pretty much all TTRPGs. And part of that means that I have to find some sort of non-digital tools most of the time to deal with some of the issues that kind of come up, or especially when I'm doing sort of things like improvising as a dungeon master. And so one of the things that really kind of a hurdle for me as an analog primarily dungeon master who doesn't run sort of published adventures most of the time is that I need monsters. And you might say, oh well, yeah, you just used the monster manual or whatever. It's like, but I also don't want to carry around like 1, 2, 3 plus books of random monsters and spend time having to flip through all of that. And so those of you who went through, see my video going through sort of like my DM's binder and what's in it, know that there's sort of a section in there for like quick custom monsters. And I find that as I'm running things, I don't typically use that very often. I think as I've gone through it, and I think I talked about it actually in that video, is that after using the DM binder for a while, after finally compiling everything and putting it in the sort and using it again and again and again, and realizing that, like, the things I use all the time and the things that I don't use all the time, that became one of the things I didn't really use all the time at the table. And that's because I like the resource. I still use the resource. It's just that it's more a prep resource than an at the table resource, which means so I have a blog post about this where I kind of talk about sort of 3 different types of DM binders. And so the binder that I'm talking about right now is sort of like the at the table binder. It's the binder that I use when I pull up, and it's like got sort of like the rules references and sort of improvisation ideas, things like that, random roll tables, things to kind of like keep things going while we're playing the game. And there's not a lot in there that's for really adventure prep or session prep. That's really what the second binder is for. And then the third binder is for like campaign, like long form campaign sort of stuff and world building kind of things. So I kind of split it up into chunks, so rather than having like one really large binder, I could have one relatively small binder for running the game, because I don't need that much. Just basically rules references, improvisation tips, price lists, things like that. And then the second one's sort of a more chunky thing, because that's about sort of like adventure prep and things like that. Session prep and adventure prep, and encounter building, doing different challenges, different sort of adventure ideas, things like that. How to construct things, put things together, stuff about like making dungeons and things like that. And then the third one's got sort of a lot of wealth of sort of background information, where we're talking about important things about ancestries, races, species in the world, talking about making maps, setting up hex crawls, and sort of like the Russian nesting dolls sort of style that I use for hexes. And so that's all separate. So what I really wanted to do is sort of maybe come up with something that's going to be sort of a helpful kind of middle ground, sort of like a quick reference that I can use for sort of like go-to monsters at each different CR when I'm using either those sort of quick matches, or I'm building something on the fly, right? Some sort of encounter on the fly, or I need them to come across that, we're doing a very not set up hex crawl, and be like, all right, well, they came across a CR2 creature of some type. Well, what's that creature going to be? And so instead of having to pull out, 2 or 3 different books, pulling out the monsters manual, and then Volos, and then Mordenkainen's. So instead, just deciding to be like, well, why don't I just have sort of some go-to, sort of like very, very utilitarian monsters? And I think that there are plenty of those in the published materials that Wizards of the Coast put out for D&D. And I think there's plenty of those that we can use, but I just don't know what they are. And so I want to find those out, and I want you to come along with me, and we can figure that out together. So we're going to look at sort of like the best sort of utilitarian monsters by CR, and use those to sort of make a quick list of when I need a monster of a level right now, and I need a stat block where I can't use sort of that custom generator. Not that I can't use the custom generator that I already have in there, it's just that it takes a little bit extra work, and I'm not sure that my friends want to sit there and watch me, bang out a new monster in 3 to 5 minutes or something. Stop the game to do that so something I can grab without having to basically take a table break for it. And so that's sort of what we're looking for. So something that's incredibly versatile and can be really, really reskinned again and again and again to be a bunch of different things if we need to. So that is sort of what the aim is for today. That's what we're looking for. Other news that's going on, other things that have happened. I don't think I talked about this in the last stream, but I did actually finally get Baldur's Gate 3. I've played it a little bit. I'm not too far into it. It is interesting. I did have sort of a bounce-off effect with the very first Divinity Sins. So I'm feeling that same sort of vibes, obviously, made by Larian Studios still. So very similar. So I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. I'm good with it right now. Some of the story stuff's interesting. Some of the cutscenes and characters are interesting. But I'm not sure. I think maybe if I was a bigger fan of Faerun and the Forgotten Realms, I'd probably have a little bit more into it. But since I'm not really, well, we'll see. Because for me in the game, the setting can't really do the heavy lifting for me because I don't particularly care about Forgotten Realms. So we're gonna have to see the strength of sort of like the adventures and the writing and the characters themselves and the gameplay. And like I said, I'm still only sort of mildly into it, but we'll see. It'll be fun. Let's go ahead and hop over and we will take a look so you guys can kind of see the workspace that I'm working with. Here we go. So yeah, so this is basically our document. This is what we're going to use. And then we're going to have, of course, some other websites and stuff to kind of look stuff up. I think that'll be faster than sort of kind of just going through the books by CR, which I don't think is probably going to be the fastest way to do it. So I figured we'd go ahead, and the easiest way to do that is sort of, and we'll just work from the bottom up, right? We'll go from 0 all the way up to 20, because I think that'll be, or maybe 20 plus. We'll see. I don't know. But I'll have to think about that. But let's go ahead and hop in. Of course, if you guys have any questions or comments, go ahead and throw those down in the chat. And if you want to suggest other things that you guys want me to cover, obviously leave comments for that as well. And I'll take a look at that, and maybe we can help me determine, what you guys want to see in sort of like future videos. So let's go ahead and hop in. So, best utilitarian monsters by CR, and we're looking at CR 0. So let's go ahead and hop over here. Let's go. So obviously we're going to want some CR 0s in here, right? So let's just go ahead and get everything in here by CR. Alright. So what do we have on the first page? So on the first page we have Awakened Shrub, Baboon, Badger, Bat, Cat, Commoner, Crab, Cranium Rats, Crawling Claws. So Commoners are one that I typically go to pretty quickly. Just when you need a CR0 humanoid. They're pretty good. And then, of course, you can always play Dress Up Darling with them, right? You can always dress them up with different armor and different weapons. And so you can kind of give them... You can turn a CR0 commoner into basically a CR0 guard pretty easily, right? You just give them an actual weapon and then just kind of bump up their AC a little bit, because I believe, we can look at this, I believe a commoner has an AC of 10, right? And like 8 hit points. 4 hit points, sorry. Because monsters don't take the full hit die, first hit die. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. And the nice thing is that it already gives you clubs, so it's already a D4 damage, so it already kind of gives you an idea. And because they have 10s across the board, you only have to worry about the proficiency bonus. So anything that they use, assuming that if they're using some sort of weapon or spell or something like that, they're proficient in it. You can assume that. probably, so they're going to get the +2. That's it, and then they're not going to have any bonus to any of the damage, which makes them very easy to run, very easy modularly to kind of change around and do a bunch of different things with. So we're probably going to end up going with this. And the nice thing is right, we have it down here, is like you can just throw little extra racial stuff on them. I get, maybe none of these stat blocks have that. I guess they don't, which is interesting. But like, you can give them the goblin basically monster trait, which is what is the name of the monster trait though? I'm blanking on that. Another goblin commoner. Nimble escape. That's what I'm thinking of. Nimble escape. So you can give them that sort of disengage or hide action aspect. So this goblin commoner stat block doesn't have that, but you could easily give them that. That's not really a trait that's going to affect a lot as far as CR is concerned. A lot. And again, as we all know, as everybody knows in sort of the 5th edition of D&D, is that CR is a wobbly measure of difficulty at best, right? It's not particularly good for judging things. So adding, 1 or 2 traits onto an existing stat block or removing 1 or 2 traits, generally not gonna make that much of a difference unless it's a very specific like damage dealing thing. Like if you wanted to take, for instance, what is it, the hobgoblin one, right? I'm thinking of. They get extra attacks, right? And martial advantage, right? They get this martial advantage, so once per turn, they basically get to do sneak attack. So if you take that away from them, right, that kind of changes their CR again. But that CR really wouldn't be any different if they're, like this monster wouldn't be any different if you were only fighting that one monster. Because they're never going to, if you're only fighting that monster or something else, you're not going to be in range of another hobgoblin, because there's not going to be one. Now, I would probably expand that and say hobgoblin ally, right? But this is also this is another one of those traits that's really good to just kind of add to any general monster, right? It's a good one. So kind of what I want to do is do the list, and then if we have enough time, we'll start looking at traits, but I don't know if we'll have enough time. And look at some of the traits. If not, obviously, a lot of those are in the Dungeon Master's Guide. It's one of the things that we don't talk about very often in the D&D 5e monster manual. Dungeon Master's Guide is sort of the monster building section for the most part, because it's right, the CR is so squirrely that it's not super useful for us most of the time. But having the ability to sort of take a look at that and pull some of these traits, which are really good, and having just sort of like a fast list of traits to sort of like grab things to do the. So I like things like this martial advantage. I like things like pack tactics and things that do like knockdowns, things like that kind of change things, that kind of give you this feeling like they're stronger because they're in a group together, right? So we're probably, I'm probably going to go with the counter stat block. But let's do our due diligence and look at some other stuff, right? And I'm thinking maybe like 1 humanoid, 1 beast, monstrosity, monster, non-humanoid style monster, maybe for each level, maybe 2, depending on if they're quite different. And again, like this commoner block you could very easily make that a zombie or a skeleton, right? Very, very easily. Anything that's humanoid. And even that, like I might choose it over something like this crawling claw, if I wanted to do sort of a weird undead, because we can always change the size. Like the size isn't going to matter very much. Of course, at 0, most of these things are going to be like small animals, right? Deer, eagle, frog, giant fire beetle, which I'm always really disappointed in 5e because it doesn't actually do any fire damage, unlike how they used to. So that's fun. Goats, hawks, you get the homunculus, right, that you can make. And, I know my artificer has one. Lemure. So got some fiends, got some. Yeah, I mean, most of these are going to be pretty straightforward. We might do maybe the sacred statue, though. Honestly, we might You could maybe argue that you could swap in the commoner for the sacred statue, or vice versa. Let's do this one. Alright, that is definitely not the right one. This can't be the right one. Can't have a... I can't imagine that you have a sacred statue that's a CR 0 and has 95 hit points. I don't think this is right. I think this is something else. Let me take a look. Let's actually pull up maybe one of the books. It'll probably help us a lot. Mornkind's Tome of Foes, and that is not what we were looking at, right? Oh, no, it is. Alright, let's look. I've got the PDF of the book open. I'm not going to switch over, but I just want to look at Sacred Statue real quick to see if it pulls that up, because I think I've looked at this before, and I think the CR is wrong on this website. I'm pretty sure the CR is wrong, because I think I've done specifically this before looking at it. I mean, like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. What's the CR? Ah, that's why. This is one of those. This is a weird case, right? This the sacred statue technically doesn't have a CR. The stat block does not have a CR. That's why it's under unknown. That's why. That's because it has to be used sort of like in conjunction with an eidolon. That's why. Alright, so we're not going to worry about that. That's why that's different. Because, yeah, it's definitely not that. Because the eidolon itself is a CR12, which makes way more sense. And let's hop back over here. Alright, so this is wrong, right? This is the wrong CR. And I remember that, now I remember that I've run across that before. So always double check, right? Always double check your stat blocks. Don't ever trust that that it's right if you can't find another source that also says the same thing, basically. So we could put in maybe something that swims or flies. That could be useful. And yeah, that kind of brings us to the end. So yeah, let's pick a monster. I don't know if... Yeah, so I mean, I think we go with commoner for the humanoid, for sure. Because I think, is it the only humanoid that's in here? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, so it's the only CR0 humanoid, so by default, we'll use the commoner stat block. And like I said, it's really good because it's really modular. We can kind of pick and choose equipment, different ancestries and traits to kind of add in there to kind of spruce it up, kind of make it different, and kind of make them whatever we need them to be. I mean, there's a we're about to look at the CR18 bandit, which is very similar to the commoner. The only difference I think is that they've got a slightly different ability score array, and obviously they come with gear. But otherwise, they're pretty similar. So we'll go with commoner. Then we'll just go ahead and do this humanoid. This will be good. And then if we wanted to run like a CR0 construct or something like that, we could probably use the humanoid stat block. So I think the other thing that we kind of want to focus on is that I think we're going to want some sort of like beast. And I think we want to grab something that swims or flies, just to kind of give us something with a different speed, maybe something that's going to give us a slightly different ability that maybe we can do. I don't think that the spider does the spider do any poison damage? I don't think the regular spider does poison damage, right? Oh, they do. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Oh. Alright, then they take 1d4 poison damage. Okay. That's not terrible, actually. Oop. Let's do this. Oop. There we go. So I kind of like this stat block. I kind of like it. It's got stealth, it's got the spider climb, the web sense, the web walker, and it's got a bite attack that basically does no damage, but it does have a secondary effect that you have to save against, which can be really useful for making interesting monsters if we want to make something that does, like, we could pretty easily probably, we can reskin something like this into like a CR0 slime, right? If we wanted to do like an ooze. Be like, oh yeah, well it can climb on the walls, it's kind of slow, like an ooze is. Relatively stealthy, we can, very easy to swap out dark vision for blind sight or something, or tremor sense or something like that. Probably tremor sense. The ability to sort of, we can take the web part off of it, but I might leave something like web sense in. I mean, then that'll be tremor sense, right? That's basically, we made they made a trait that's basically tremor sense while you're on webs. And you could also do a very cool thing, like the slime ignores difficult terrain because they just kind of like flow over it. And then you could have them do like the little slam attack where they just do like one pseudopod bludgeoning damage, and then, right, you might have to do that DC 9 saving throw against, and still probably a Constitution saving throw, since you already hit with the attack. Against like acid damage or something like that. You also make it like somebody who has like a burning torch or a weapon or something like that that does kind of fire damage. I feel like you could reskin this really easily to be a lot of different like little elementals or something like that. And we could always swap out this climb speed up here. And if we wanted to do like a little fire elemental or something like that, we can make that a fly speed maybe. So yeah, I think that works pretty well. But let's look at some other options. But I'm probably going to lean towards that. What does the Bloodhawk do? I think it's been a while since I've looked at the Bloodhawk. So let's look at that. Gets pack tactics, has keen sight, and a beak. That's also actually relatively good. I should use more of these guys for low-level parties. I mean, they're probably a few of these are probably really tough for a they're CR 1/8. Getting ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to our creatures. So we were basically at the end there. Let's go here. Yeah. So we need to go back. Shriekers are great, but they don't really do anything, right? They're basically a passive enemy. It's like the Awakened Shrub. So not particularly useful for us. Maybe Octopus? Let's give a look. I bet there's one in here. I think they have a grapple thing, right? The Ink Cloud, yeah. Heavily obscured, but only if it's underwater. 1 bludgeoning damage and grappled. Yeah, this is all very straightforward. I like this stat block, but it is very water specific. Hold breath, underwater camouflage, water breathing. The Ink Cloud only works underwater. Right, it only has a land speed of 5, but it has a swim speed of 30. So I like this, but it's so water specific that I don't think, as a utilitarian block, that's what we're looking for, utilitarian monsters, that makes a lot of sense. So that's probably going to be a miss for me. So let's look at what else we got. Ravens, rats, whippers are going to be pretty similar. Do owls have flyby? I think owls have flyby, right? Yes, they do have flyby. So now I'm imagining, in my mind, when at the sort of, end of this, I'll have some generic stat blocks and then maybe have, a handful of traits sort of out to the side and be like, hey, you could swap these in and out, hot swap these to make things. Again, it's got the same problem, though. Speed of 5. Fly of 60, though. So it's quick. Obviously, owls are great as sort of animal companions, especially because they have the flyby attack, which makes them a little bit more survivable in a combat situation, if you need to use your owl in a combat situation. Which I would still probably advise not doing if you're a player, even if you're a ranger or something like that. They only do 1 damage. So, alright, let's keep looking. Yeah, most of these are real beast things. I think the Quipper's got an interesting thing to it, so I keep bringing it up, so let's just look at it. It's been a while since I've used Quippers, and I've definitely used reskin Quippers for other things before. I think that's why I'm kind of leaning towards it. And obviously didn't get the full stab block there, but they're not going to have a lot of speed outside the water because they're fish. You know, they're basically piranha. Water breathing, yeah, it's the blood frenzy. It has attack on melee attacks against any creature that doesn't have all of its hit points. So that's actually, it's a really, really cool trait, like universal monster trait that we can use for monsters that we want to see are like to represent like hunger, right? This would be a really good one to, they don't have it, but if you wanted to say, if we have that CR0 humanoid, right? If we wanted to throw blood frenzy on it to be like, this is like a low level vampire spawn or ghoul or something like that, and then like once they get that smell of blood like in their nose, and then they go into a frenzy, and you know, you get fast zombies basically, right? That's kind of what ghouls are, fast zombies, and they just kind of swarm the PCs, right, very easily, and then you can mechanically represent that by they always get advantage on their melee attacks because on creatures that don't have their full hit points. Which they probably would too if you're doing sort of like a swarm thing, which I assume that's what you're gonna want to do if you're gonna pull specifically a CR0 instead of using the ghoul stat block, which is like a CR half? Quarter? Half. I think it's half. So yeah, I mean, I like this. I like the trait for sure. The stat block is whatever. It's does a melee attack that does 1 piercing damage. I mean, that's going to be pretty representative across most of these CR0 just like beast monsters. So I don't think we're really missing anything there. Then we can go up to Swarm Equippers, which is really fun. So if we wanted to represent a whole bunch of these little guys, of course this is only a medium, but again, there's nothing that keeps us, there's nothing really in 5e mechanically that's specifically tied a lot of the times to size other than things like grappling and forced movement, like shoving or knocking things down. But in general, there's not a lot. So there's a lot of leeway for, like, you can make, if you wanted to, if you wanted to take the Swarm Equippers and you wanted to do, like, maybe that humanoid, like, low-level fast zombie ghoul horde kind of thing, instead be like, alright, well, it's not medium, it's like it's huge, right? So it just like uses swarm rules where it just sort of like envelops targets. That'd be really fun. So yeah, I think it's a good option, but we're gonna run the same thing basically with all these, with rat, raven, owl. Octopus was a different one. Myconid Sprout is okay. Myconid Sprout does, the only thing that, if I recall, it really does interesting is that it has the telepathy spores. Deer, eagle, frog, we're gonna have all the same thing. Giant fire beetle, which sounds like it should be impressive, but the stat block's not. Goat, hawk, homunculus, I think hyenas and jackals, one of them has, is it hyena? Has maybe, I think they have knockdown or something like it, right? Pack tactics, that's what they have. So yeah, we're going to find a lot of those, like these very, very specific utilitarian traits that we can kind of modularly swap in and out, kind of hot swap them. Pack tactics obviously is one of the most common ones that we're going to run across, especially in the low CR range. There's a lot of anything that would be considered basically a like a pack animal, especially sort of like a pack predator. So obviously, right, you've got wolves that have it, hyenas that have it, those sorts of things are generally going to come with pack tactics. So, so yeah, I'm really leaning towards. Well, let me check baboon, because I don't think they can use tools, right? No, the baboons also have pack tactics, which is, I guess, makes sense. It's just weird. I wouldn't think about a baboon having pack tactics, but I guess that makes sense, right? They're a group. They fight in groups, and it does make sense. It's just not, when I think baboon, that's not what jumps to my mind. And then they gave them bite attack instead of like a slam or a hit. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, we could go with Cranium Rat, but I don't think that's. We don't want just necessarily nasty monsters, right? Because I mean, we couldn't just choose a nasty monster with a telepathic shroud. Or maybe I think I'm thinking about Swarm of Cranium Rats. Yeah, where it starts doing, like, psychic damage. Yeah. So the Cranium Rat by itself, it's really not, like, a singular one, is not actually particularly notable, other than it has telepathy. And is immune to divination sort of things, or insightful sort of spells and magic effects. So yeah, I think we should just go with our first choice, right? Which was which was over here, right? I think the spider, right? So let's go with the spider. I think the spider's good because it's got that multiple damage types. It's not, and even if it's not, we could always move that damage in if we needed to. If that's probably not clear, I didn't say that very well. What I mean is that we could, if we wanted to, we could take the spider damage, right? It does this extra Constitution saving throw, or you take an additional 1d4 damage. Is that what I think we could do? Is that we could basically just hold that in and just make it 1d4 damage just straight. And if we want to create a monster that doesn't have poison, fire, or some other sort of damage type, if it's just one damage type and we're just like, oh well, I need a deer, be like, okay, well, it's got 1 hit point, it's going to be a medium-sized creature, we're going to pull out the spider climb, web sense, and web walker stuff, we're going to remove that bite, we're going to turn that bite into sort of like an antler gore or kick or something like that, and it's going to do, I might bump up the damage. Since it's a medium creature, I might say, oh well, it's going to do like a d6 damage if it hits, and then we'll still use the +4 to hit. Yeah, I think this works really well, and then of course we're going to get rid of, if we were going to do the deer, we're probably going to just combine these speeds. So obviously they won't have a climbing speed, but I would just give them a land speed of 40. So obviously deer run a little bit faster than the average person. So yeah, pretty easy, and then we could probably hot swap some of those traits out for something else. And then I would probably swap out the stealth for like athletics, maybe, or something if I needed to, if it came up. So yeah, let's go with spider. I think spider's going to be our best bang for buck. Let's go with spider. That could be anything. Like if we want to make it like a little construct spider that does like electrical damage or something like that, like it hits you with an attack and then it does like a little shock. That'd be cool. All right, so that's our one. So now we need 1/8, and I think we'll just kind of continue on with that format. So let's do a humanoid, and actually I'm going to switch this to just basically non-humanoid. So now we have a humanoid, non-humanoid. There we go. All right, our CR 8 So we wanna bump this up a little bit, right? We're starting out right here. We have the bandit. Bandit's a solid stat block. It really is a solid stat block. I think I technically like it more than cultist. I don't think cultist, the base cultist, really has a lot going on, right? Let's change the filter to just being humanoids. Because if we're gonna do one humanoid and then one not humanoid, then it'll be a little bit easier if we just filter. And we can also do the CR, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, this basically gives us 9 options. Tribal Warrior, Noble, Merfolk, Kobold. I do a lot of reskinning with Kobolds. I like their stat block. I mean, I use all of these. Except for maybe Merfolk. I don't use Merfolk very often. Or Spark. I don't really use these guys. Because they kind of look weird, right? Don't they, yeah, they're kind of funky looking dudes. I don't know too much about them. I mean, because I don't know too much about them, why don't we... I feel like every time I go here, I look at them, and then I just never retain any of that knowledge. Let's go with this one. Yeah, short sword sling. Their one special thing is that they can communicate with bats and rats. So it's fine, but that in itself, this specific trait, isn't very useful as a utilitarian thing. But I could see us like maybe adding this to, if we wanted to do like the tribal warrior and we wanted to reskin that as maybe sort of like a barbarian, druid, shifter kind of, you know, more in tune with the wild, barbarian kind of feel, druid, noble savage kind of thing that's in touch with nature. Then having the Beastmaster sort of ability to communicate with some limited communication with some animals would be very interesting. So this trait could be useful, right? That could be fun. But this stat block as a whole is, I don't think, what we're looking for. It's really quite generic. And I don't think we're gonna, there's a lot of minuses in the stat block, so I don't think that's what we're gonna want for our guy. I think I'd much rather use that trait, but attach it to something like the cultist or the tribal warrior. So let's do that. Oh, that's a very long list. All right, so let's just run them down, I guess. That's gonna be the easiest way to do it. Bandits, great. Scimitar, light crossbow. Hit points look good. Armor class is good. Right, like we said, just basically, as it sounds, 1/8 a step up from a commoner. Right, they actually have weapons. They've got a little bit of armor. They've got slightly better stats. But, you know, if we're looking at that, if we're looking at the two of these and we're looking from a utilitarian aspect, I'm not sure if I want to stick with something like this, if I can just reskin the commoner very quickly to get almost exactly this. Right, the only difference is going to be that they're not going to have the +1 on the attack and damage. And they'll have, depending on what armor I give them, you know, suitably close to that, and they'll have a few less hit points. Well, about 1/3 of the hit points, I guess. But that's not necessarily a bad thing for a very generic stat block. I didn't even give the bandits like a stealth proficiency, which is kind of weird. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they were sort of thinking with this one. All right, so bandit, I don't think is going to work for us. Cultist. I can't remember if the cultist. I don't think the basic cultist can cast, right? Oh, they do have the Dark Devotion, which is really nice. And then they actually have some skills, which is nice. And then they have the Scimitar. So very similar stat block in a lot of ways to the bandit, except that they get this much better. They actually get a trait that's useful. They don't give them a ranged weapon, but the humanoids, right, we can hot swap weapons out and gear out very simply. So they would have the same. They have 2 less hit points, but they do get some skills, which could be really useful. Having them in that stat block means that, okay, I could use the stat block and throw different skills in here. If I wanted to turn this cultist into maybe sort of like a, let's say like a wilderness guide, or maybe like a trapper or long hunter or something like that, I could be like, oh, well, instead of deception, I'm going to give them survival and nature, or maybe navigator's tools or something like that that would be helpful. Animal handling, something like if they have a horse or something like that. And then swap out dark devotion for probably something else. Though I might leave it in there, right? If somebody who spends a lot of time in the wild by themselves, maybe it makes sense that they, they're pretty hard to charm or frighten because they're used to being in dangerous situations and relying on themselves. So yeah, I like the cultist so far. Looking the top. Let's go with guard. Yeah. Guard is very similar to the bandit. They basically just have slightly different gear. They have perception, which is nice, which the bandit doesn't. But yeah, the only other difference is pretty much maybe a slight change in their ability score rate, but otherwise they're very similar. So we'll give that one a miss. Kobolds. I do like kobolds. And they do get the pack tactics, which is nice. This is one of the things that's going to probably be kind of weird about the utilitarian sort of idea, and especially hot swapping these traits, is what do you do with a creature that technically has a negative trait assigned to them? Now, look, this is a CR 1/8 creature who has pack tactics, which a lot of monsters of this area do. This area of CRs does. It's range. Is it really a negative? Is one of the things that you want to keep in context. Because if you're coming across a kobold most of the time, like in most D&D games, if you're coming across kobolds, you're probably in a cave, you're probably underground, where the sunlight sensitivity does not affect them. So it's not really even a negative most of the time, unless you happen to be fighting kobolds on the surface. Very similar with, right, you have the same issue with drow monsters. Fighting drow. Very similar. Duergar. Any of these sort of like underground creatures that have sunlight sensitivity sounds like it's going to be a problem for them, but then you realize that most of the time, easily probably 90% of the time, if not closer to 99% of the time, you're going to be fighting them where that's not going to make a difference anyways. Because, alright, let's say that you could bring sunlight, right? There is a spell that will bring sunlight, or magic items that will bring sunlight. Are you going to waste it on a kobold fight? Because you're probably not going to have access to something that does sunlight until you're probably 3rd or 4th level. At that point, you're probably not fighting kobolds anymore. Right, with their 1/8 CR, unless you're fighting a whole bunch of them. So, I don't know. I like it, but it's got 2 traits in it. But it's like, but is it really just one trait? Which is kind of what I think. Also, their hit points aren't very good. So yeah, I think right now the cultist is still in the lead. Now I do like the noble. The noble's got a really cool ability that I use all the time. They've got the riposte, or parry, sorry. Action where they can add +2 to their AC, which is a really cool thing. It's very flavorful, right? If you're doing somebody who's a proficient, flourished fighter, that parry really adds a lot. It also makes them a lot more difficult when you have a creature that functionally has an AC 17, and this is meant for like first level characters for the most part. Plus they have a great array of skills. They get multiple languages. Their hit points aren't great, but they're okay. And their stat log's pretty good. Now, in the monster area, having a high charisma is not super great. So I really like this. This reaction would definitely be maybe a trait that I would steal and add to somebody else. And it does have some restrictions on it, right? You have to be able to see the attacker, and you have to have a melee weapon. So I like the noble. I use them all the time, but I still don't think it outshines the cultist. And then Tribal Warrior is probably the last one it's gonna be the last one we're gonna look at. They get pack tactics. So if anything, if you want to look at this is an upgraded kobold. The Tribal Warrior is an upgraded kobold, and I've used them interchangeably before. Because they both basically, if you cut out the sunlight sensitivity, they both have pack tactics. They both have the exact same AC. The Tribal Warrior has a slightly better weapon. And has better hit points. But otherwise, they're very similar. So that's fine. I think I still like the cultist better. Let me double check. Let me go back and look at the cultist block, but I think cultist is the way to go here. Right, you get the skills, decent hit points, armor class we can mess with. The stat array is good. There's no negatives in there. And the only positive is dex, which is fine. And then having that one trait that we can hot swap out, it's going to make this really useful, I feel like. And the 2 skills. So yeah, I think cultist. Cultist is by far the best check. So let's go with cultist. And let's just do this. Bop, 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 bop. All right, so we want non-humanoid down here. And let's maybe pick up the pace a little bit. We are going a little bit slow on this. I really thought that this would kind of breeze through these really fast, but there are more low-level monsters though, so it'll thin out as we get further up, especially as things kind of get more specific. So let's here. All right, so let's move on to, so we want basically anything that's, and I hope this works, anything that's not humanoid, basically. Bloodhawk we talked about already. The Mastiff's really good. That's really good, just straightforward block. Poisonous Stake. Sturge is a fun one. Yeah, I don't think I know what it is off the top of my head. I don't know if I've ever actually run one of those. Oh, this is in Van Richten's. Yeah, probably that's why. I haven't really spent a lot of time with Van Richten's guide because I don't run a lot of Ravenloft. Or Ravenloft style games. Where that gothic horror stuff is very important to me. So, probably not that. Pruthic, Boar. I think I like the Boar stat block. I think they do some fun stuff, if I remember. Yeah, they got the Charge and Relentless. You knock things prone. And it has the Relentless, which is really cool. Alright. So, I'm going to go ahead and throw Boar out there as the current front runner. just because it does really cool things. Blink dogs are cool, but they've got a very specific action to them, which I'm not sure translates to a lot of other creatures, but I think having a charge attack, which is very close to like a pounce attack or something like that, is very similar. And then having that sort of relentless ability just means like having a monster that's difficult to kill reinforces that, which is fun. Probably not a Dretch. Flying sword. I definitely used flying swords before, right? They're fun, but they're kind of quirky. False appearance is really nice. It's a really great way to just, you can basically turn any stat block into some sort of like mundane construct by just giving it the false appearance and anti-magic susceptibility, right? The same things that basically animated armor has. So throwing those in there. Ooh, I don't think I realized that they had fly 50. Those things are fast. And they have a super high AC. And good hit points, too. Yeah, don't mess with flying swords if you're a level 1 PC. That is not a good idea. Don't do that. This thing's gonna rip you up. Especially because you're not gonna be able to do anything to get rid of its magic at level 1. And it will chase you down. Badger, I think... Ooh, Giant Centipede. Let's do Giant Centipede. Because I think they have a... paralysis? Must succeed or take... Oh, they take a bunch of poison damage. Even after regaining hit points and is paralyzed while poisoned in this way. Yeah. So this is very nasty. Giant centipedes are very nasty monsters. Because they really kind of just stick you with the stinger at the end. They kind of bury the lead on that. It's like, hey, by the way, you're also paralyzed. Yeah, you're a low-level creature, and yeah, sure, you just, oh. This is also a CR1 quarter monster. And that is not something we can use. Alright, so we can't use Boar. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. So we are in this range. I don't think the Nyogi has anything too interesting. Can't put it to sleep. Does some poison damage. Has a climb speed, which is good, which means we can swap it out with other things. It has 2 traits. Actually, maybe we will just end up using this. It's actually really quite good. The only downside is that its armor class kind of sucks and its hit points suck. That's alright. I usually... Having monsters that are easy to hit and die quickly is usually not a problem for me. And that is how I run the game, sort of. That is a style, I guess. Is that I want combats to be pretty snappy. Get in there, do a bunch of damage with the poison and stuff like that, run away, get killed, whatever. Have a lot of smaller combats rather than a few larger combats, which is one of the things that I aim for. The 20-20 speed's really good because that allows us to make it, 40 if we need to, 10 to 30 or whatever. Gives us a lot of options there. So I said there was nothing special about them, but actually this may end up being the stat block that we take, because I like the additional traits, dark vision, whatever. We can pull that real quick if we need to. The mental fortitude is nice and the spider climb is nice, so we can swap those out very quickly. Alright, so we're probably gonna go with that. I'm not gonna use Boggle. I think Boggle's too close to humanoid. Mishka is not something I was interested in. Twig blights are pretty nasty, I think. I think they have a kind of nasty thing. Nope. I made that up. I made that up. They do not really have anything interesting. Sturges are fun. The thing is that I don't think the Sturge ability really lends itself to being used for a lot of other creatures, for the most part. Because Sturge have that very specific sort of mosquito kind of feel to them, the blood drain. Sturges are great. I really like Sturges, and they're an iconic D&D monster. But it is such a very specific monster. Like, I don't see myself being able to translate this stat block very easily into another monster because of what it is. Because otherwise it's just a creature that does a d4 plus 3 piercing damage. Can be in that creature's spot. So it's good for like small creatures, but I can just say that a tiny creature can get into a spot. They've got the 50 combined speed, which is nice. But their stat block is a little garbo, right? They're a one-trick pony. They do the one thing, right? They don't really have any traits to swap out or skills to swap out. They kind of give them anything. Their hit points are terrible. Their AC is fine. So yeah, the Sturges is definitely one of those monsters where it's like I'm kind of like I feel dragons are like that, where they're like, I'm gonna run a dragon. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna run Sturges. I'm gonna run a Sturge encounter. And not something that I think about trying to use for reskinning other creatures. So that's gonna be a no for me on this one, for sure. Yeah. Ah, there we go. Poisonous Snake, I felt like I don't want to do too much crossover because it's going to be very similar to the spider we just had. I mean, I'll check Dolphin. I think Dolphin's going to be too watery. I think we're going to have the same problem with Dolphin that we did with Octopus. And they've got Blind Sight, which is really nice because of the echolocation. They've got Hold Breath, so they've got one trait that we can swap in and out with something. They've got pretty decent stat block. They've got good hit points. Their armor class is not very good. And they've got the 60, which you could swap up and change up however you wanted. This is okay, but I think the Neogi is still better. They do get the perception skill, which is nice. But I still think it doesn't top the Neogi. And mostly like ponies, mules, horses, those all basically do kick attacks, which aren't very interesting. The Mastiff does a bite attack and has knockdown. I mean, I don't think it has any other stuff going on with it. Well, it's got keen senses, right? So alright, doesn't have great armor class, doesn't have great hit points, has the one skill, and gets the advantage on that, which is nice. But I can use these traits on something else if I wanted to. If I wanted to do something, swap that out. So I don't think I'm going to use that. I'm not going to choose Flumps. Don't try to get me to choose Flumps. I guess I'll check out Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. I think it's mayonnaise. I don't think it's mains. That's how you say it. This is also going to be very similar. So I don't think this isn't going to really work as far as the utilitarian creature. Its ability scores are really low. It's got a low armor class. Has okay hit points. It has a low speed. Doesn't do anything except a claw attack. It does quite a bit of damage, 2d4 for a CR18. It's pretty nice, but as far as a utilitarian thing where I'm trying to find a good CR monster that I can reskin with a bunch of other stuff, this isn't it. Yeah, I think that leads us to, I mean, let me relook at Bloodhawk. Hey, That's not bad. That's not bad. Again, it's a small creature, so its ability scores are kind of wonky. Yeah, I think I'd rather have the Neogi still. So we'll go with the Neogi. And they are in Neogi Hatchling. Yeah. Alright. So Neogi Hatchling. So we've got our commoner and we've got our cultists as far as humanoids are concerned, where we can swap out their gear and do all that, which is very easy to do. It gives us some skill versatility and some ability, some trait ability kind of versatility as well. Then we've got the Neogi Hatchling that's going to give us, again, those sort of traits that we can hot swap in and out. It's really good. Kind of gives us some skills too. And the Spider, which it's very versatile because it allows us to do like some sort of small elementals, sort of multiple damage types, those kind of things. So this is going to work out really well for us, I think. I'm going to make this a little larger so you guys can see it a little bit easier. So yeah, I'm very happy with these. So let's keep going. Let's go up to 1/4. There we go. So we want a humanoid. Let's look at our humanoids first. Or I guess we could look at our non-humanoids. That's fine. Because we've already got that filtering set up. Let's go ahead and do that. So we don't have to mess with things. Alright, so we're going to look at 1/4. Quarter CR starts right here. Axe beaks. I do like an axe beak. We already talked about boars. I really do like boars. Let me look at axe beak compared to boar. So I do like axe beaks. Just flavor-wise. They're quite good. But they're extremely basic. They've got good hit points though. I like the hit points. But yeah, they're not going to give us anything that's going to be helpful for reskinning. The Constrictor Snake is fun, right? If you want to have, that gives you the ability to take some sort of, monsters can be able to do some sort of grapple, restraining kind of attack. That's fun. Dretch. I feel like I use Dretch quite a bit actually. This is actually quite good. Got a bunch of immunities, resistances. Telepathy, which I probably wouldn't use for reskinning, but it does have the multi-attack, which gives us bites and claws, and it does give us sort of a fun cloud ability. But it doesn't give us any traits. So, maybe not. I think I reskinned Dretch to do something, to run a one-shot not that long ago. But I don't think that's what we're looking for here. We have Flying Sword. Flying Sword is probably something I might actually just change to be. We'd have to look at that. Needle Blights, Panthers, Pixies, Pseudo Dragons. Start getting into weird sort of magical things. Like, I mean, I think we all know that the Pixies, those of us who are familiar with summon monsters know that Pixies are very OP. I'm trying to avoid things that kind of rely specifically on spellcasting, because it's very easy to just add spellcasting to a monster because they use the same effects that player character spellcasters do. So it's very easy to just be like, oh, and also they can cast spells. So that's generally not what I'm going to be looking for. Especially on the humanoid side. I'm not going to be looking for casters. Because that's very easy. I don't really like 5e's monster. And right, we've seen that sort of change. I think we're going to see that change when the new sort of like revised edition books kind of come out. That full printed material, full published material finally comes out. I think we're going to see those more sort of like Matt Colville 4E style action-oriented monsters, where we're going to see less like, oh, and here's like 8 spells they can cast, because that's frankly I'm not quite sure how they got through playtesting, because running those types of monsters is such a big pain in the butt. Because then you're like, oh, now I have to have the monster manual out, and also the player's handbook or whatever spells, you know, this monster's spell list is in, and find those and use them. So I do like wolf spiders. They have that nice jump, right? And I guess wolf spiders don't have poison, right? Oh, no, they do. Oh, they've got perception, they've got stealth, they've got blind sight and dark vision. They've got nothing to write home about as far as AC is concerned, or hit points, but they're fast. I guess they don't have jump. I thought they had jump. What do I think of that has jump? Yeah, I would probably swap out one of these then. Like, I don't really like web walker as a trait. Like, it feels very implicit to me that spiders can obviously walk on webbing. Right, that's like... This feels like something that should be in the canonical with, like, spider climb, covered by spider climb, and the fact that it just already has a climb speed. Like, it would seem silly to be like, oh, but then it gets caught in its own web. Like that, no. I would rather take this out and give it something like Pounce. Where it can, like, sort of jump on a creature, on a player character. But I do like the stat block, and giving us 3 potential traits to swap in and out gives us a lot of leeway. So if I wanted to take this, I could even do it something like the modified Noble Parry, if I wanted to, since they have sort of a low armor class, and that would kind of help, because otherwise it doesn't have any other sort of reaction thing that it's doing, but giving it the ability to sort of, like, boost its way up to a 15 might be helpful, like 1 attack per round. That's not exactly overpowered. So, okay, Giant Wolf Spider is a contender, for sure. Right, I think we were just talking about, I think Panther has the Pounce attack, right? Yeah, they've got Pounce. So Pounce is a great one. Keen Senses is always a good one. Right, we could always swap out the Keen Senses for, like, the blind sight on the spider and things like that. That would be really good. Was Needle Blight the one I think of that does kind of nasty stuff? That might have been Needle instead of Twig Blight, which is what I was trying to think it was earlier. Really? There's no Needle Blights, huh? Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, they have the ranged attack. That's the difference. That's fun. But otherwise, not a lot to write home about. So, Panthers. Probably not going to choose a dinosaur. Probably not. Or the Pseudo Dragon or Pixies. Like, really kind of want to stay away from the spellcasters, right? Skelly Boys. Great. Very versatile, but they are just what they are. There's nothing really fun going on with them. Sprites, again, same thing with the Pixie. We don't want to mess with that. Wolves are in here. Zombies are good. Zombies have that sort of knockdown thing that makes them really fun, right? They always get a save against being destroyed, which makes them stay in the fight for a long time, which can be fun. When you're like, these guys just really are really hard to kill. But that's a trait that I think we can pull in, right? I'm pretty sure that's a trait. So that would be probably on one of my hot swap list traits. We're just basic regular old zombie. I don't want Beholder zombie or Husk zombie or... Hey. Okay. Well, let's just look it up real fast then. Yeah, Undead Fortitude. So that's trait, which means that we can give it to any monster. And it's really the only thing... They have dark vision. Interesting. I'm not sure why zombies would have dark vision. We do start getting into swarms, which is fun. But swarms... I don't think I want to add them as a utilitarian monster. But that should be... Oh, there's more. Seems like that should be the Z should be the end of our quarters, but it's not apparently. We keep going. More. I do like Steeders. Pretty familiar with them. They are fun. I think maybe it's Steeder. Steeders is what I'm thinking of when I was thinking about the spider that could jump. It's the Steeder. Extraordinary Leap. And they've got this sort of sticky leg ability, which is really fun. So maybe we could use this. Having a monster that sort of grapples is fun. Maybe doing a swap out, like either it has, if we want to use the wolf spider stat block, which is, I guess their stat blocks are about the same. This guy's got some skills though, and I like that. Ooh, and a lot of dark vision. 120, superior dark vision. Right, like the Steeder doesn't have the web walk stuff, but like... Are you gonna tell me that Steeders are spiders? You're gonna tell me that the Steeder can't walk on webs? Like, I think if I was running it, and I know they don't make webs, and they were coming across, if I put them in an underground thing and they came across webs, I don't think I'd ever think twice about them not being able to walk on them. I'd be like, yeah, obviously they're spiders. Of course they can walk on webs, even if they're not technically webbing spiders. So yeah, maybe this, like maybe it'll be like a combo. This may be one that I take where it's like I've got enough that I kind of like from both of these, that I may give it an optional thing. Oh, well, this one also does, I forgot that they also do poison damage. So they have venom plus the sticky leg, which makes them a little bit more versatile. Gives them a little weird thing. Also gives them the ability we can hot swap out an action that's not attacking. Right? Some other sort of thing that's not just the straight bite, which is nice. So we might go with Steeders. Maybe some sort of combination of the two. Yeah, I might... Who knows? I might actually go back in later and just sort of like kit batch them and make a custom monster creature that's basically just both those creatures combined. As a more sort of comprehensive creature. Oozes, very specific. The Gru, no. The Wretched, I know I've looked at the Wretched before, but it's not bringing anything to mind. I don't want to cower an Ox. The Witherling, I don't think does anything, right? I don't think they do anything. I mean, they've got multi-attack. Oh, Vengeful Strike. In response to a Null being reduced to 0 points. That's a cool reaction, though. Oh, and I do like the unusual nature trait. The Witherling does not require air, food, drink, or sleep. I mean, they're undead, right? I don't think we'd worry about that. I'm not really sure why this is in the stat block. I don't think that's necessarily that important. Though, now that I think about it, this could be a very... I would take the stat block and maybe use it for a sidekick character. That could be a fun sidekick character. Have some sort of like undead creature that kind of comes with you, and then I would probably change this, right, if I was going to do the sidekick character. It's from specifically Null to like one of its allies. I don't know why it's Null specific, but... I mean, they show up with nulls. That's why it's null specific. But if I was going to use them, I would just leave it at allies probably. Yeah, probably not going to take a. I mean, sure. Let's look at it. At least this dinosaur doesn't fly. Not good. Not good armor class. Okay stat block. Does 1 tail attack. That's a whole lot of nothing. Okay. Rothe? I am not familiar with that creature. And neither are they. That's a Volo's Guide monster? Why do I not know that monster? Vegapygmies are fun. I think it's their trait that makes them. There's a. Oh, maybe it's got that critical mark. Oh, okay. I don't know what this monster is. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright. Like a big beast burden sort of thing. Gotcha. Like a not mammoth kind of thing. Okay. That's fine. I don't use it, but now I know what it is. Yeah, it charges and does score attack. Okay. Darrows are too close to people. We're not gonna use that. And then we've got male speeders again. Just from a different thing. Vegapygmies again. Velociraptor. Sarosworn. We'll check the Sarosworn. I don't think so. Riched. High tactics. Bite. Attaches to the target while attached to the Sarosworn can't attack and start. Necrotic damage. Target with. Creature, including the target, can use. Okay, so the Wretched Sarosworn is very, very similar to a Sturge, except probably not as nasty as a Sturge is, but it has a higher armor class and more hit points. And pack tactics, which I'm not sure. Well, it's only got a +3 to attack. That's not too big, but it does D10 piercing damage, and then just straight up starts doing a D10 +1 damage necrotic. Okay, and that runs us out. That's it. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write down Wolf Spider. And then I'm also going to put down Male Steeder. This might be one that I go back and just for my own personal use that I'll probably kind of mash those two monsters together to make a more versatile monster for me personally that I want to use. But I do like both of those stat blocks. That's really, at the end of the day, it's because I like both the stat blocks and just offhand I don't know which one to choose. One does a lot more damage, the other one does kind of cool stuff. So has like the leaps and the sticky legs and fun stuff. The wolf spider just is like a spider that does a bunch of poison damage, which is not very different than this spider, frankly, other than it does way more poison damage. It does 3 times as much, if not more than that. I think more than that. Yeah, 4 to 5 times as much damage, I think. So, let's go back. Now we want humanoids. And our CR 1/4 humanoids. Specifically humanoids. Alright. Whoop. And then let's change this filter to 4. There we go. How many of these do we have? Okay, not nearly as many. Good. We don't have nearly as many to sort of plow through. Aarakocra, fine. Acolyte. I might take Acolyte because that does open up spellcasting for us. I mean, I said we could add spellcasting to anything, but that kind of gives us a baseline. Goblin's very standard. I mean, might end up going with Goblins. But yeah, I'm probably not going to take something that flies. I do like Bullywugs, though. And I think Bullywugs also have the jump attack, which is fun. Though I'm not sure that's super useful for versatile humanoid. Other than that's probably a trait, actually. Kinkur fun. Grungs. Also going to have sort of the jump thing. Kobold Inventor. Deep Gnome, Turtle. Apprentice Wizard. Yeah, I mean, we're real limited at sort of like this level. What do we want to do with the humanoid? So we want to choose a humanoid that's kind of give us some options. So it kind of feels like probably Acolytes can be... Grimlocks are kind of cool, though. Let's start off with the Grimlock. Actually, let's start off with the Goblin. That's a good baseline. So they get the one trait. They've got pretty standard. They get one skill. They've got decent armor class. Got mediocre hit points. And their stat block is not... Their abilities aren't great. So, yeah, maybe not a Goblin as a more versatile kind of monster. Grimlocks are also, I think, their ability score is going to be kind of poo-poo. Yeah, they're mental ones. Not that we care that much about the mental stats, probably, as a DM. Because we kind of want... I think it's good as sort of like a play... the meta to have... I think players expect monsters to have lower mental skills than physical skills. And so when they're like, oh, I'm going to use this thing that actually has a wisdom save or actually has an intelligence save, we expect it to be more likely that the monsters are going to fail that than, say, strength, dexterity, constitution. Oh, but they do get a cornucopia of traits, which we can use, and skills. Ooh, and condition immunities. Ooh. And blind sight. I mean, I knew they had blind sight, but they don't have any eyes. But they've got a real Garbo armor class, but they're a humanoid, which we can fix that really easily. And their hit points are fine. Okay. Grimlock is a standout for right now, because I think I'm going to like that better than Acolyte. Because Acolyte's just going to tell us that they can cast spells, basically. Which I think is a trait. Oh no, the Acolyte can. How's the Acolyte any different than a Cultist, then? No, the Acolyte can cast spells, right? Is this been removed? Google, tell me. Let me know. If I be... Show me. Show me your secrets. No, that's not... I don't want that. I want the monster. I don't want the background. Yes, they have spellcasting. Okay, this is why you double check, right? This is why you double check the sources. They do, in fact, have spellcasting. And again, because this is a trait, spellcasting is a trait, and not an action, it means that we could swap it out if we wanted to throw those on one of the Grimlocks. We could give them spellcasting. But right, this is why a lot of Dungeon Masters don't like running humanoid spellcasters. Like, okay, in addition to running the normal runnings of an encounter and all that stuff, it's like now I have to familiarize myself with 6 actual spells. I mean, granted, you probably know what Sacred Flame does, probably know what Light does, probably know what Thaumaturgy kind of does, if you've been playing for a while. But then you're going to be like, alright, I need to look up the specifics of Sanctuary And when would I cast Sanctuary? And is that going to be useful in this combat? Like, when do I do that? So, yeah, I mean, they get 2 skills. That's nice, but nah, I think that's going to be a miss. So we still have Grimlock. Grimlock is by far our standout. I don't really want to do Drow. I know the Drows have their own little magic things that they do, so. Now these guys have even more traits we could swap out. And they get multi-attack right off the bat. Alright, well, and it gives us a bite attack, which is really nice. If we want to play any sort of humanoid-esque monster that can, any sort of like beast person, like I would even use this, we can throw this over and like, I could definitely reskin this very quickly to be that Aarakocra, right? Or I'd be like, oh yeah, obviously he doesn't have swim 40, but he's got fly 40. Right, he has this, he has the shield, he has the stealth, he speaks whatever language they speak. It's it starts with an A. Atla? No, that's not right. And then we can switch out some of these traits, right? Speak with frogs and toads, again, that's sort of limited. Probably get rid of that. And the leap is fun. But we can definitely swap out some of these with like pack tactics and stuff like that. They get the multi-attack, which is really great. And it's with 1 bite and 1 spear, so if it's a different weapon. So if I wanted to swap it out instead, if I wanted to do, oh, well, they don't. Be like, oh, well, let's say we're going with the Aarakocra example, and be like, alright, well, I'm actually going to reduce their AC to 13, get rid of the shield. Instead, I'm going to give them 2 swords or a sword and a dagger, and then they'll multi-attack doing that instead of the bite, right? So that bite attack basically becomes a dagger attack. So they attack with a spear and a dagger, or a spear and a axe, or something like that. Very easy to do. So this is very versatile. We can swap out Amphibious for pack tactics. Again, if we swap out a bunch of traits, because some of these are not, like, Amphibious and Speak with Frogs and Toads are not particularly combat-oriented traits. So we want to be careful about taking out things that are not combat-oriented and then putting in things that give them a combat advantage, because that is really going to screw up the CR. So, like, if we take this out and then we gave them the Hobgoblin, like, ambusher thing where they get sneak attack, basically, like, that's probably too much. But if we wanted to take this out and give them, I don't know. I can't think. So, some other sort of not really combat specific one. You good? I like the stone camouflage. You can use that for a lot of different humanoid creatures that you'd be like, yeah, they have camouflage, so they're better at hiding. Based on whatever terrain that you end up fighting them in. Or you can even be like, oh, they look like they're dressed to be in a different terrain, which could be an interesting sort of conversation point for an encounter, right? Not every encounter has to be combat, obviously. So if you run across a group of humanoid hunters or whatever, this band of humanoids, and they are dressed in sort of like, not like a full like ghillie suit, but like obviously they've got maybe some like face paint on and things like that sort of like break up their silhouette, that sort of thing. Things that break up the silhouette. But it seems like it's for maybe a different sort of environment. Like, what are you guys? You guys look like you're not supposed to be here. What's going on? And that could be a fun interaction. Maybe that leads off to a quest. Maybe they need some help. Maybe they're lost. You know, all those sorts of things. So, alright. So, Bullywug, Grimlock, you're out. Bullywug, you're in. I'm not gonna mess with them. Troglodyte's pretty similar to Grimlock in a lot of respects. So I'm not that worried about that. I don't want to use Darrow, specifically, or Turtles. Because they've got that natural armor, and I don't want to mess with that. Apprentice Wizard, again, we can just add spellcasting to whoever. It's a trait. We can just slap it on. We could take away that camouflage, slap on the slap on that if we wanted to, or we could take that out and throw in the racial trait. Like if I wanted to take them out and maybe be like, oh, it's a bunch of hunter elves, and be like, we're gonna take this out and then we're gonna throw them in where they each get their implicit sort of cantrip, innate spellcasting kind of thing. And grungs are kind of just like bullywugs, I think. I don't think they're that much different. Kind of makes me wonder, like, why they even made them in 5e, frankly. I guess they get a bunch of skills. That's nice. They're immune to poison. Yeah, I mean, these are going to be very... It would be fun to kind of use the Grung Poison variant. And we could do that for, like, any sort of, like, reptilian or snake or, you know, all sorts of characters. If we wanted to make, like, a... even sort of, maybe like a porcupine sort of weird humanoid creature, we could do that and then be like, oh, well, if you try to grab them instead of this, yeah, you get the quills and then you're gonna be poisoned, or maybe just make the quills do a little bit of damage, something like that. So this is pretty easy to move around. So actually I might end up going with the Grung, because I think technically the Grung has more going on than the Bullywug. But they are otherwise very similar. 15, 11, swim speed. 12, 11. But of course they're humanoids, which means we can just put armor on them if we need to. They've got the climbing speed, they've got all these skills. Yeah, I guess we'll go with Grung. I guess that makes sense. I mean, technically Grung are small, but I don't think it's going to be a problem if we upsize them to medium. Alright, so we're going to go with Grung. I'm not going to use the Kobold Inventor. I don't want to focus on a character that's mainly going to be their traits is going to be the difference maker for the Kobold Inventor, because they make traps and stuff like that. Deep Gnome is relatively boring stat block. Gnolls, well, we play odd, so I'm pretty familiar with that one. So, those are also halves. Those are not quarters. Alright, so yeah, it sounds like Grung, for sure. Easily Grung. Perfect. I feel like... There we go. Okay. So let's do some halves. Yeah. There we go. And we'll change this to 1/2. Before we jump into that, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break, get some more coffee, take a little bio break, and then we will be back. We're going to do half. I think what I want to do is I want us to get us at least through sort of like that first tier. That's going to be the most important tier for me. That's where we're going to have a lot of monsters too. Is up to basically kind of CR4. And then we'll start to see some of that start to thin out as we get into the higher levels. So I definitely want to get through 4 today. And if you guys really like this, you of course make sure to comment, let me know that you like it, so that way I'll know that you want to do more of this and get more thoughts about this. Otherwise, I'll just do it in my free time, because it's still something I need, right? It's a resource for me. But if you guys need it and you want to see how I go about this, definitely let me know. Make sure you like it and leave me a comment to know that you guys want to see more of it. But let me go ahead, and I will go ahead and go take the break, and then we'll be back in just a little bit. Alright guys, see you in a second. Let's get back to it. So, I am just going to kind of quickly fill out the rest of our little sheet real quick. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's what we're going to try to target for today. So, One of the things I did want to say is that there is a new blog up around redragonfiend.com, so if you want to go check that out, taking a crack on some of the most asked newbie dungeon master questions. So it ended up being a much longer blog. Apparently I had a lot more to say about it than I was expecting. It took me a while to write, and it took me even longer to get it up. So go check it out. It's got some interesting stuff in it. It's got some additional things that I think we can talk about at a later time, or things that I wanted to maybe even dive into even more. Just kind of coming from the experience of somebody who's been playing the game pretty regularly, basically a weekly or multiple times a week interval for, gosh, I don't even know at this point, 16 years, something like that, and then had played it on and off before that, where I really sort of like jumped into the hobby completely, like took the nosedive. So if you're interested in that, or you have a bunch of, maybe you're interested in, either you are a new dungeon master, or you're interested in maybe dungeon mastering, I'd say go check that out. I feel like there's a lot of good advice there. You might get something out of it. I think it's all right. I think it's pretty good advice. So give it a check out. Of course, that's reddragonfiend.com, and I've already got another blog that I'm working on to go up in the near future. Let me go ahead and swap back over. Got all that done. So here we go. Ha, there we go. All right, so we have finish that. Just cleaning up a couple of things. All right, and so we are up to 1/2. And I was thinking it may just be easier because I think, well, it'll be really easy to clear out the humanoids pretty quickly. So why don't, and then we can spend more time on the non-humanoid stuff, because I think we're going to see a lot of humanoids sort of start to vanish a little bit, right? We already got down to like, what, 20 of them? Yeah, less than 20. There we go. Yeah, so 19, and then I think we're going to get down even further. Yeah. So we're gonna see a taper off effect with the humanoid monsters, because as you get higher up in levels, the humanoids start to stop showing up as far as in D&D, especially in 5th edition. They just don't show up as often. Which is, I think in my respect, neither good nor bad, because I think that the way that, especially with 5e's design, actually it's probably good with 5e's design. Because one of the things that I find in 5e is that, right, we kind of talked about, is that they'll just throw spell casting onto especially humanoid creatures. You'll be like, oh, well, that will make them more difficult. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't make them more difficult. It just means that they can do more powerful things, if that makes sense, right? It's sort of like, I can take that 0 level, that 0 CR commoner, and give them level 5 spells, right? That doesn't, and just give them more hit points. That doesn't really make them more difficult, right? That doesn't really make them a nastier monster, right? Which is not what we're looking for. That's why I'm trying to avoid choosing casters in general. But we don't have a lot of slots here to choose from, so let's go ahead and knock this up to 1/2. And we've got a whopping 13 to choose from. We've got our Deep Gnome. I didn't really want to do that. I'll probably take this Hobgoblin. The Hobgoblin, I'm a big fan of the 5e Hobgoblin. I think it's just a solid stat block. Orcs are good too. Actually, I like most of the humanoids in this level. Actually, in this sort of CR range, they're all pretty good. I think this is where we see things really, because you have a lot of different things, right? You've got the Skulk, who's very specific, sort of like bandity, roguey kind of things. You've got the Thug, who's just sort of a brutish kind of attacker, very similar to sort of how the Orc is. The Hobgoblin is a very group-oriented attacker. The Gnolls are really great because they do the sort of like savage ferocity thing. They knock things down. The Jackalware is an amazing, a very powerful creature. which is very useful. I'm not sure, not for utilitarian use because they have too many resistances and things like that, and they also cast spells. But they're amazing. So if you're looking for a monster, I would go to, if you're looking for sort of like a first adventure baddie spellcaster kind of guy, I'd maybe go with like a Jackalware. Like they have a pretty cool stat block. Right, I mean, their armor class and hit points are not a lot to write home about. Of course, they're humanoids, so you can change any of the armor class you want to. But they have the shape change, right? They can polymorph. And unlike other, like, standard were creatures, their equipment actually transforms with them. Most don't. Actually, they actually drop all their stuff. But they get Pack Tactics, Keen Hearing and Smell, they get Shape Changer, they get the Bite, they get the Scimitar, and then they have this really, really nasty Sleep Gaze. So, I mean, we could take the stat block, right? We could take this. Because that gives us a lot of traits to swap out. And the armor class is something that we can change very easily, as well as whatever weapons they use, right? And we can get rid of that bite attack if we need to, because they don't have multi-attack, so we don't have to worry about it too much. So we can give them a shield and a breastplate, and they can have a 17 AC, and then we can swap out the bite for some other sort of action. Maybe they do like maybe they have like a knockdown attack thing that they can try to do with the shield, and then maybe instead of the Sleep Gaze, you give them some other sort of maybe sort of racial ancestry kind of thing, if you wanted to. If you could give them, right, we can make it a regard pretty easily by giving them the enlarge as an action, right? They can boop, enlarge themselves. We can swap out the hearing and smell for stuff, the shape changer for stuff. This is actually a really solid stat block. So I think I've just talked myself into using Jackalware, even though I was kind of looking for something else. Because we can always add that the Hobgoblin's stat block is just, it's rock solid. It's just very straightforward. Right, 18, 11, good ability scores, dark vision, martial advantage is the one thing they have, longsword, longbow. I mean, it's fine. Like it for what it does. The Hobgoblin's just it's an old reliable of mine personally, where I'm just like, if I need something in the CR range to just fight, especially a humanoid, I'll often default to the Hobgoblin because they get this martial advantage, which makes them really, really nasty when they fight in a group. So it's a lot of fun, and it makes them feel like they're nasty. We can look at the Orc. The Orc just, relentless is really their thing, right? Oh no, I guess I'm thinking something else. Maybe that's just the PCs that get the relentless, right? The half-orcs. Aggressive, they can move up their speed. That's okay. They're better out there. I would probably swap this out for the martial advantage. I mean, it's nice to be able to move fast, but you could also just give them a better ranged weapon too. So we could do a swine. I hadn't thought about that. I could give them right, they get that blood frenzy too. Gives them a bunch of stuff that we can mess with. They do get multi-attack though, which makes them really good for humanoids that bestial humanoids that have like bite attacks or claw attacks. But I don't think I want to use that. Scout is a little bit underwhelming. Skulk is too, I think. Like, they're fun stat blocks, but is this the same monster? Okay. Oh yeah, right. The skulk. Skulk is not. I always think that the skulk is just a fancy name for sort of a roguey type. No, the skulk is a very specific monster. That's my bad. I think of it like it's a bandit, but no, it's a very specific, right? Because it's, which is why they changed it from humanoid to monstrosity, right? And Mordenkainen's. But they have the fallible invincibility. So these are all cool, but they're all very kind of specific. Like if I need to do, and it's a monstrosity, but this feels very Fey to me, right? The charnel candles, the children can only be seen by children, invisible kind of thing. So it feels very paranormal, Fey-ish. Reflective surfaces, right? So probably not that. You do the thug. The thug. I think the thug is also a pretty straightforward stat block. Yeah. Pack tactics, multi-attack, mixed to melee attacks. So if you want somebody who's just gonna a beefy character that's just gonna hammer on creatures, if that's all you're looking for, the thug's pretty good. Because they got a whole bunch of hit points, and as we talked about, like, you can always just change the armor class if you want. You can just give them better armor. And you could give them a bigger, nastier weapon if you wanted to. Though they already make 2 melee attacks, so maybe not. So, I mean, it seems like probably going to end up still going to go with the Jackalware, just because it gives us so much more versatility to change things. The Gnoll Hunter is very similar. But technically, Ott's a Gnoll Hunter. She's not a Gnoll. But they are very similar. I think the only difference is she gets the cool extra bonus action to bite when she move and bite when she reduces somebody to 0 hit points. Which, in 30 plus sessions of the solo RPG that we've been running, of course, on the channel, I think it's only come up once. It doesn't come up that often. Mainly because I think she has to reduce them with a melee attack. And most of the time she's shooting a bow, because she's much better at that. But let's look at the Fire Newt Warrior. Amphibious multi-attack, Spitfire. That's a pretty cool one. This would be an action that maybe I would copy over to something else and then reskin it. So they do it once per rest, basically once per fight. They can spit fire at a creature within 10 feet. You must make a DC 11 dexterity saving throw or take 2d8 fire damage on a failed save. Which would be really fun. I mean, you can make that basically a very improvised fire pot or something like that, like a rudimentary grenade. Or you could change it around and be like, oh, instead of Spitfire, it's like a throw sand thing, and instead of taking damage, you're blinded. It's a one-time thing, so it's not an ongoing thing, so you're blinded until started their next turn or something like that. It should be fun. So this gives us a lot of elements to pull from, but I don't think I'd take the stat block as is. It's something I pull from, because I don't really need the amphibious trait. We've got better things we can pull from. So yeah, I think we're going to use the Jackalware. The only downside to the Jackalware is, I think, is their hit points, right? Their hit points aren't very good. Again, like I said, for the way that I specifically run games, not that big of a deal. Yeah, so they only have 18 hit points. They're like way low in the hit point department compared to others. Compared to what we're just looking at. But the sleep gaze is so powerful. I think that's why. So, but again, that would be something I swap out. But I could definitely swap that out for like the pot, a fire pot like grenade or something like that. And of course, we can always beef up their weapons a little bit. But they get a nice array of skills that we can swap out, and plenty of traits we can swap out with things. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'll end up in the final document kind of making a sidebar of traits by the CR monsters where they start appearing. And so that way when you swap things out, you have to swap things out of your level or lower, of CR or lower for the monster, right? You can't just take like we're not going to give that Hobgoblin Martial Advantage to right, a CR0 commoner, right? That's going to be overpowered. That's going to definitely push them out of that CR0 range, which is not going to be helpful for us when we're trying to manage an encounter, especially on the fly. So we'll go with the Jackalware right now. So and I think we're just going to keep going with the humanoids because that's going to be probably a lot faster to sort of move through. Like I said, we're going to start running out of them pretty quickly. Because this guy, yeah. Though I guess technically we have more here, right? We've got 19 of them. But we're going to start seeing a lot more spellcasters. Bugbears are great. Love bugbears. Durgar have very cool ability to swap stuff out with. Let's just start looking at stat blocks real quick. So, we'll go Bugbear. Brute. Yeah. Surprise attack. Very standard. Like, putting the Bugbear together with a Hobgoblin is very, very nasty encounter. Right, when you start getting into sort of like the higher level Goblinoids. Very nasty encounter. Has two things. Gets 2 skills. Decent AC, okay hit points. Pretty good. Minus on intelligence and charisma. That's fine, right? That's not going to do us any damage. So, good stat block right off the bat. Durgar. Very similar stat block in a lot of ways. I mean, I guess technically a little bit better. They get the resistance, they get the 128, but they lose the skills. But they do get these nice 2 traits. Same 2 though. Same volume, right? They get this enlarged action, which is really cool. And then they get the invisibility action. So they have a lot of actions, which is kind of cool. So I do like that versatility to be able to swap out other actions. And I like that it doesn't just say that it casts ability on it, or it casts enlarge on it, right? It's specifically, like, these are specific actions it takes. Now, it does make the stat block kind of beefy, kind of long. We're going to write all that out. Turns invisible until it attacks, casts a spell, or uses its enlarge, or until its concentration is broken, up to 1 hour. As if concentrating on... I mean, it's the spell, right? It's invisibility. Same thing with enlarge. For 1 minute. Increases in size. But they do get the recharge on a short rest, which is nice. Doubles its damage dice on strength-based weapon attacks, and strength checks, and strength saving throws with advantage. So what do we think? Do we think Dwergar over Bugbear? Maybe, just because they give us more options and stuff to play with. And the top end of the stat block, right? The ability scores and armor class, hit point, speed, it's relatively similar. Yes, technically they have a 25-foot speed. But obviously that will change if I make them not dwarves. Goblin boss. I don't think there's too much going on with the goblin boss. Nimble escape, multi-attack, redirect attack. Redirect attack's a really cool reaction, though. That is definitely something that, like, if I wanted to remove that enlarge, I could do like a redirect attack, especially if we want to use this. That's a really good reaction as sort of like, this is the captain of the group you're fighting. Like, this is clearly the leader. Really good for that. Yeah. Let's look at something else though. I think the spy's mainly the spy is primarily not an attacky kind of character, right? Yeah, like they have like all these skills right there. This is an NPC stat block, whereas like if you get into a combat with this character, it's not because this character was probably trying to get into a combat with you. It's that you've probably found them out. They're more likely to be trying to run away from you than get into, because their armor class is not great. They do technically have multi-attack, but they don't have the greatest stat block in the world. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of running away. I mean, they do get the cunning action and the sneak attack, so it is cool. But we can swap out any of these fun things, and I think technically this many skills is probably too many skills for a monster. Probably too many. Really great for a sidekick character though. So if you want to play a sidekick character, or add one to your party, if you have a party that's needs, especially like a skill monkey, kind of they need some help in the skill department, swapping out this character to maybe have them have some other skills that kind of shore up your party's capabilities would be really fun. Then I might swap out something like sneak attack, because I don't want them to outpower a rogue or something like that, if there's one of those in the party. Kuto Whip. I don't think we're going to use that, but let me look at it. Gua. Not a Gua, a Kua. Kuo. Toy Whip. Slippery, otherworldly. It's got a lot going on. I do like this little pincher staff though. That's fun. I'd frankly just give that to something else. This would be a really fun one to give to sort of like our Grung or our Bullywug attackers, to give them a little pincher staff. Or something very similar. I don't think I want to use this though. This is a lot of stuff, but none of this is particular. The problem with running into things that do swim speeds is that they tend to have very, very water-specific stuff. So I don't think I want to do that. Also, yeah, their armor's not great, but we can change that. Their stats are actually quite good, though. I think 3 actions, 4 traits, and 2 skills is a lot, though. I think that may be a little bit too much. Thri-Kreen's gonna be weird. I can't remember when the last time I looked at Thri-Kreen was. They're not a big player in sort of 5th edition. Psionics, bite attack, multi-attack. They do come with a variance, which is fun. Like the weapons multi-attack. And then, oh, did they not give us what those do? I'm gonna say there's probably 2 d6s and those are d6 weapons and d4 weapons, I would guess. Oh, they just tell us. Never mind. I should pay attention. I should keep reading. D8s and d6s, oh, that's actually... That makes them really nasty. I mean, but you're going to be shooting ranged in melee combat if you're doing that. So those extra range attacks, assuming that you're getting the Githka attacks off, means that you're shooting while being threatened, so those are always going to be a disadvantage. Still, you get 4 attacks though, so that's pretty cool. But also very specific to Thri-Kreen, who have, 4 arms. Oh, it's 2 Githka, or 2. I just can't read. I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. Yuan-Ti Pure Blood has a bunch of weird stuff going on. Anathema, Pure Blood. Yeah. No, they don't have a bunch of weird stuff going on. The only thing they have going on that's weird is the magic resistance, which is a trait we could throw on anybody. They have, poo-poo armor class, okay hit points. It's kind of a meh stat block. Unless the Pure Blood can cast spells, which they might be able to. And now we need to check, because we've been fooled once. I think they can cast spells, though, right? Yeah. I was like, they definitely have spell casting. I don't know why that's not showing up in here, but yeah, they definitely have spell casting. That's really what makes them dangerous. Animal friendship. Snakes only. No other animals permitted. And their snake clubhouse. No. I definitely don't want to do the fire newt. No. The Measle? I don't think I know what that is. Groat. Okay, what size are they though? They're medium. Okay. Shadow teleport's really cool. Oh, they teleport and any creature they're grappling? Ooh, within 500 feet. Oh, this is a pretty nasty monster. It's definitely an ambusher. Like, once you get it into an open fight, it's probably not going to be much of an issue. But it's kind of a fun ambusher. If the destination space is unoccupied, the teleportation leads to the nearest unoccupied space. Any other creature than Measle teleports becomes cursed for 1 hour or until the curse is ended by remove curse or greater restoration. Until the curse ends, every undead and every creature native to the Shadowfell within 300 feet of the cursed creature can sense it. This is a very specific monster. I like it, but it's very specific. I want to take this Groat ability and give it to the Bugbear, because there used to be in an older edition, a Bugbear Strangler who used to Groat. And they would hop out of the shadows because that's what they're good at. That's why they have sort of that first strike 2d6. That first strike, alpha strike, sort of sneak attack damage, basically. Jump down, and then they would Groat, and then you'd be grappled with them. And then, I mean, a Bugbear's a big, strong monster, and then they just start pulling you away. Now, if you did that and then added the shadow teleport on top of that, that would be probably a little OP. I mean, unless you want to really strike some terror into your player characters when they is to have like one or two of these just kind of pop in, grab some people, and in like a super dark area, and it's 500 feet. Must be a place. Oh, it just must be a place they've seen before, but not within line of sight. So you can jump in, grab a PC, Groat them, pop out through walls to another part of a dungeon, which they know, right? Assuming that you're on their turf, they can pop out, and you can be like, "Oh, where did our team member go? Where's our party member?" So yeah, I mean, you put the fear of God in your players probably pretty quick with a monster like this, or another monster with a little bit of this tweak to it. Like I said, if we wanted to do like a Bugbear assassin thing that kind of had that sort of thing, that'd be really fun. And then you have this shadow teleport. Maybe that's like a magic item that the players can get afterwards. Not with a recharge. Maybe once per day, right? rather than recharge, because I think that's a really powerful magic item even for once every short rest. But once every long rest is probably okay. They can do it once. And most importantly, they have to be familiar with the destination. So that limits the PCs a lot more because they're usually fighting on places they're not super familiar with. Yeah, no, this was really fun. I want to run this monster now. I was not aware of this monster, and now I want to run it. This isn't the first place it appeared, is it? I guess no. We're in Timestone Foes. I'm not gonna do the Warlock. They're gonna do spells. And the Flesh Gnar. Gnar. And there's their Flesh Gnar. Ooh, pretty straightforward. No. Multi-attack, bite, short sword, sudden rush. And doesn't provoke opportunity attacks when they run. Oh, that's fun. That's a good way to just allow them to run away. Oh, that's very hidden run tactics. I really like that this last one, the sudden rush. Because it's basically disengage, but better. it's disengage and like the dash action put together. Actually, more than the dash action. It's like disengage and 2 dash actions put together. No, just one. Just one. It just increases it. No, increases the speed by 60 feet. So that means their speed's 90. So yeah, that's 2 dash actions and disengage. That's incredibly powerful. Have them show up, hit a party, and then all of them use sudden rush after 1 or 2 rounds of combat and just disappear. And are not going to be able to be caught up with by the PCs. Maybe a monk, or maybe somebody with Long Strider, or casting Long Strider, or Expeditious Retreat, maybe. But even at bumping them up to 90, and then letting them run, they're probably going to find cover, so it's going to be difficult to even hit them with bows and spells at that range. Even like long range spells like Firebolt and things like that, which they're technically still within the range of. Yeah, shadows are great. Yeah, shadows are very tough. They are certainly they're a party killer for sure, especially low level PCs. They'll wipe them out pretty easily because they do not standard damage, or at least that's not the point of them. Dragon Shield. I do like Dragon Shields. They're pretty beefy for what they do. They get the resistance, they get the heart of the dragon. I might go with this. Again, they have the sunlight sensitivity, but that's basically a wash for most creatures. So if we want to use this as a fundamental utilitarian creature that we can reskin into a whole bunch of other stuff, this is a really good one. Because they've got a pretty decent stat block, and then they get these cool resistances that we can swap out for other stuff. And then I would probably just call this a wash for most things. This is almost never going to come up. Sunlight sensitivity very rarely comes up because you're going to be fighting kobolds almost exclusively underground. And you're very rarely going to waste a sunlight spell on them. Or the magical properties. I mean, I guess if you had a Drift Globe, because Drift Globe also does no, they do daylight, which counts as sunlight, right? I think? Maybe? Yes. I'll just say yes. So there are ways you could make it work, but it's not going to come up very often. So it's not even really that much of a disadvantage for them. I'm not going to do a Nilbog. That's a gotcha monster. Or Sea Spawn. We have not had a lot of luck with water-based creatures because they have such specific abilities. I'm going to do a Spellcaster or another Spellcaster. The Grung Wildling, which I'm not super familiar with. good skills. You know, stat block's a little weak. The ability scores are a little weak. We've already got Grung as one of our things, so I don't think adding another Grung to our list here, because we've already got this one here. Most of those abilities are going to be the same, so I don't think this is going to add a lot by using. Well, I think we're just making a bigger, better Grung, which is not necessarily what we're trying to do. We're trying to find sort of the best utilitarian monsters by CR that can really be reskinned and used in a bunch of different stuff. So I don't think it's going to be that. So I think that's pretty much... I think that's going to leave us with... I guess I didn't technically do the Soul Blade. I guess I could look at the Soul Blade, but I think we cast spells, right? Force damage, invisibility, resilience. Yeah. Almost assuredly cast because it's not in here. I didn't know why they didn't add spellcasting in there. So yeah, I think just the standard Dwergar is going to be what we're going to end up going with. Just because it's such a rock solid stat block. Like, I thought we were going to end up going with the Hobgoblin, because it also is a very solid stat block. But this one gives us a little bit more options. I like having these extra actions down here that maybe we can swap out for other things. Right? If we don't want to use the enlarge or invisibility, we can use other things that are kind of similar. Like, we want to give them... I don't know, some sort of like forced movement thing that we could do. We could give them that null disengage and double dash to run away, which would be a fun thing to do with a creature like this. So yeah, I think we're gonna go with the Dwergar just because it's such a broad but still modular stat block that we can pretty easily... It's very malleable. We can really make it into a bunch of different things pretty easily. So let's do that. Go down here. Alright, let's move on to CR2s. Or humanoids. Bandit Captain is pretty good if I remember correctly. Alright, well maybe I'm talking out of my butt because we actually have a bunch of CR2 humanoids to choose from. Probably not the Grung Elite, same thing. I'm not going to do a Turtle because Turtles are weird. Bard's going to be a spellcaster, not going to do that. We've already got one Were creature technically, so I'm not going to do the Were even. The Brood Guard? Maybe. I think they also get the bite attack, right? Oh, they get the Reckless, which is really cool. They get some skills, which is nice. They only get the one ability trait, though. I'd really like us to choose something that's got... Try to get something that's got more than that. Oh, they just have the one skill. But they have bonuses to a bunch of their saves, which is interesting. Very interesting. 2 of the 3 most common saves. Yeah, I mean, because they're humanoids, right, we don't have to worry about this damage block down here. We can always give them weapons. We can change their armor. They clearly have 2 natural armor. Plus 2 natural armor. Assuming that they get the +2 from their dex. So there are things that we can sort of add in there. Because we're focusing right now specifically on the humanoid area. I am pretty sure these guys do spells. So let's look. Not the Eye of Grunch. I'm doing the Hand of Utrus. Touch of the White Hand. Yeah, when we start seeing blocks that are this small at the CR, we know that these guys assuredly cast spells. Let's do Utrus. Yeah, the Orc is a 4th level spellcaster. That tells me everything I need to know, so not that. And we're gonna have the same thing with the Eye of Grumsh. And basically all these orcs are not gonna be things that we're gonna want to use. Sorry, all these orcs. These guys right here. The Hobgoblin Iron Shadow, which is kind of a monk if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, unarmored defense. They also get the Shadow Giant, which is very fun. Good skills. But only the one trait. I'm really looking for something that's got at least 2 traits. Because if we have at least 2 traits, that gives us a lot more versatility about like hot swapping things in and out to kind of differentiate them and make them a bit different. Which really helps with the reskinning to make them really feel like a bunch of different creatures. So that's pretty much not anything that's on this page. I think a lot of these are kind of going to fall into the same area. I think most of these are spellcasters as well. Wasn't there a bard on this page? Yes. Yes. Okay, those are the same. Yeah, I mean, let's look at them real quick, but I am pretty sure. I know the Mind Master for sure is one, right? No, maybe not. Let's look at. No, I guess they don't. That's interesting. They do have a lot that's going on, which is good. They get 2 skills. They've got okay armor class. They've got okay hit points. They've got a pretty standard ability scores. They get a bonus to a saving throw, 2 skills. Get a damage resistance. They get 2 traits, which is what we're looking for, trying to get at least a minimum of 2 traits. Even though one of them's technically a negative trait, so technically they only have 1 trait. And then they have a whole bunch of actions and a bonus action. So, I like it, but it's not quite what we're looking for. So, that was the Mind Master. Let's do the Zarorn. I have not spent a lot of time with the Dwargar stuff that came out. The Dwargar has advantage on saving throws against spells and charms, blah, blah, blah. Sunlight sensitivity, so same thing, Fire Lance. Cool weapon. Yeah. Cool, but not exactly what we're looking for. That was... So we want the Stone Guard next. Let's see if we can find that Stone Guard. Resilience. Alright, so this one does give us the 2 traits we're looking for. We don't get any skills, though. Which is alright. We're not that concerned. I'm not that concerned when I'm looking for monsters about what skills they have. I think it's much more important to have the traits. But we also already have a Dwargar. I do like the Phalanx formation, though. This definitely gives very strong, right? This is definitely a beefy humanoid fighter kind of thing. It's really good. So maybe that. So right now that's at the top of our list. The Stone Guards, Capital Recognition. Let's see what they... Oh, right, this is going to be a cavalry person. We're not going to do that. Unfortunately, with like even the PCs or the monsters, there's just not enough. There's just not enough uses for mounts. Because most of the time you have to go into a dungeon and then you have to get off your mount, and then all your mount-based stuff, unless you decide to take a small creature that rides a medium mount that can fit in most places, it just doesn't work out very well. And then mounts have their own problems where they're not strong enough, and then they get hurt, and they're just a pain in the butt. Is it for my solo campaign? No, this is not for my solo campaign. I talked about in the beginning that I have in my DM's binder, I have a sort of like how to make a custom monster really quickly. But I realized as I've used it over months and months, I guess technically years at this point, that I realized that making a custom monster on the fly, like at the table, isn't really what I want to do. I realized that that resource kind of belongs in my next DM binder, which is sort of my prep binder for making custom monsters, where I have, you know, 3 to 10 minutes to like throw together a monster really quickly. And so I was like, well, what I should do is I should come up with basically a bulletproof list of very utilitarian monsters, stat blocks, that have some traits that are modular that I can swap in and out and swap equipment on and things like that, to reskin them to make them be, you know, probably, I mean, I probably won't go up very, very high at this point, but get, you know, if we're doing up to CR4, like what we're looking at right now, that's how many, what is this, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14 monsters that I can actually turn into probably easily 100 on the fly, just by swapping out traits and gear and some attacks and things like that. It's a lot more versatile and a lot faster for me to do while I'm at the table when I need to improvise monsters really quickly, than try to build a custom monster by like taking a table break, which I may or may not want to do, depending on sort of like the flow of the game. Yeah, monster complements, yes, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely makes the battle harder by default. Yeah, when they have that sort of symbiotic nature where they help each other out a lot. For sure. So that was the cavalry, so we're not using that. So we're still, our Stone Guard's still kind of at the front. I kind of don't want to use a Dwarf Guard though. I don't want. We've already got a Were person. The Priestess is going to do that. Quaggoth. I don't think the Quaggoths do anything super fun in 5e, right? Wounded Fury, when they have 10 hit points or less, they have advantage on attack rolls and deal basically sneak attack damage to any target it hits with a melee attack. Okay. They get a skill and a trait, which is not terrible, but again, I want something that's got just a smidge more versatility. I like the stat block, though. The stat block's pretty good. And we can always change armor and weapons, because they're humanoid. So, I think the Stone Guard's still going to beat them out, though, unfortunately. Ooh, an Auroch. Let's look at the Auroch. Aggressive, intimidation, survival, aggressive. Alright, unfortunately that's just kind of Orc plus. Which, we can do better than that. Shaman, no Pack Lord. Rampage. Nope. That's not gonna do it for us either. We could do the Gith, right? The Gith Monk. Good saving throws, only the one trait though. And this one trait will go away if we throw armor on it. I mean, we can swap it out with something else, but it does get multi-attack though, which is nice. And it is considered a magic weapon attack. Not that that really matters for PCs. PCs don't really have any resistance to non-magical, unless they're afflicted with lycanthropy. Since I technically am playing a character right now who is afflicted with lycanthropy. Doesn't spend a lot of time in that form, but is resistant to BSP, just mundane. Let's look at the Cult Fanatic. I think they're also a caster, though. Dark Devotion, multi-attack dagger. Yeah, that absolutely has spells. The Berserker. So we might end up going with the Berserker, depending on if they get any traits. They just get the Reckless trait. Yeah, this is incredibly basic monster for CR2. Gets one attack. Okay. And gets the ability to do Reckless. Why not run the Orog? Orog's probably better. I mean, the Orog just flat is better. Has an 18 AC. Bandit Captains. Bandit Captains are pretty good, if I remember correctly. Bandit Captains. Good saves. No traits, though. Rats. It looks like it's going to push us towards that Dwargar, then. Just because nothing else really has a lot of traits, or at least traits that we want to use. And we're running into a lot of spellcasters at this point, which we talked about. That's going to be an issue as we go forward. Reaper of Baal. I don't think I remember that. Oh, I think it's because Reaper... I'm looking specifically at humanoid creatures, and I don't think the Reaper of Baal is a humanoid creature, right? Oh, no, it is. What is the source, though? Oh, it's Descendant of Avernus. Aura of Murder, yeah. This is really cool. That's cool. The Reaper magically turns invisible until the start of its next turn. I still think, like, if I was going to do this, to compare it to the... What was it? What am I thinking of? We were just looking at it a second ago. The Maziel. Yeah, I think I like this stat block better than the Reaper of Baal, but they are very similar, and it's a lower CR, which means you can get away with a little bit more shenanigans. But they have that nice growth, which grapples people, and then you can teleport them away, and they don't get a save because you're grappling them. Up to 500 feet, doesn't require line of sight. You can put them in, like, you can teleport them like 4 rooms away in a dungeon, which is really nasty to remove one person from a party like that. Now imagine if you had an entire encounter full of these guys for a slightly higher level party, because they just have to hit, and they're immediately grappled. So you could grab somebody, move them to a super dangerous place, then teleport them to a super dangerous place. And I guess it is another action, though. You'd have to be able to hold on to it to the next round. That's the one drawback, but if you get to use it, it's really cool. And it's a lower CR, which means you can throw a lot more of them at that. And I guess you could technically be grappled by multiple creatures. They just kind of dogpile on one person and be like, well, you've got to break 5 different grapples. But we're going to go ahead and I guess we're going to go with that Dwargar Stoneguard. I didn't really want to use another Dwargar, but it does kind of give us the best utilitarian aspect. So Alright, so let's keep ripping through the humanoids up to 3. Let's do this. Ba, ba, ba. CR3. Huh. Perfect. Archer. It does what it says on the tin, I think. Let me look at it, but I'm pretty sure it's just like shoots arrows. Okay, thank you. Understood. Yep. I do one thing. I shoot arrows. Don't ask me to do anything else. Except maybe some light tumbling and looking at stuff. So you get the 2 skills. That's nice. They get a very nice dex. And they get multi-attack. But, yeah, I mean, they are just... That's a dude with a bow. That's a dude with a bow. That is a, fighter light. Is what that is. Right, not a lot going on with that. The Deep Scion. Ooh, the Psychic Screech, very cool. Can breathe air and water. So we get 1 trait. We get a bunch of actions, though. I guess because of the hybrid form, right? And quite a few skills. So this is we're gonna put the Deep Scion as a definite maybe. Because it would be fun to be able to take the Psychic Screech and maybe use it for something else for kind of weird humanoids. Or tweak it a little bit. Ooh, and it does stunned, which is not good. Illusionist, Martial Arts Adept. And that is my dog losing his shit. Barking at something outside, obviously. Let's see. We are gonna go... Ooh, the Unarmed Strike. Ooh, it has the knockdown and push. This is the things that I was looking for. Like, to kind of give other sort of flavors. Knockdown or push. They throw a dart. They get the deflect missile. This is actually quite good. I quite like this. It's very flavorful for martial arts. Definitely feels like a monk. Much more than the Iron Shadow did. Or even the Gith monk, really. So I like it, and I wish it had more than just this. I like that it comes with a reaction, though. So what do we think? Do we think... I think Adept over Deep Scion. So I think that's the front runner now. We'll look at the Orc, but I'm pretty sure the Orc's going to cast spells. Maybe not. They got a bunch of stuff going on. Okay. This is probably going to be... probably going to end up what we're going to end up choosing. They get 3 skills that we could swap out for other stuff, which is good. They get a cunning action, which allows them to take numerous different actions. 2 extra dice of damage when it hits target with a weapon attack included in its... Ooh, this thing does a bunch of damage, doesn't it? So they were like, oh, no conditions. No conditions for the sneak attack. You just get it. We're just going to incorporate it in all attacks. All weapon attacks. This is very nasty. Magical darkness doesn't impede the Orc's dark vision. That's super cool. And very easy to swap out for some other sort of like racial ability if we want to. Slayer in the first round has advantage rolls. Yeah, let's get Ambusher. It automatically scores a critical hit. Oof. It's okay. I like this one. It's very, very, very nasty though. Very nasty. So it's got a lot of good stuff in it, but I might have to tone it down a little bit when I reskin it for other creatures, or else, especially if you're getting into a full fight where there's like a handful of these things, like they could rip through a party. They could put a party on their heels and in bad shape very quickly, especially with that Slayer. And they're gonna have a +3 to their initiative, so yeah. If you roll higher than them on the initiative, you're probably going to be okay. I mean, they still do a bunch of damage, but if you have a party that's all your players roll low, this could go real bad real quick. You're doing a private solo campaign? Oh, stuck in a dungeon. No idea what to do next. The NPC who screwed him over has a more interesting story than the main character. Well, maybe just make that the change, right? What if the whole point was that you were the sidekick for somebody else? Do one of those. Do like one of those adventures where it's the sidekick for, like the true hero, and then the true hero ends up dying, and then you're like, oh well, I guess I'm the hero now. Yeah, you don't have the backstory fully fleshed out. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, but definitely having that where it's where you playing second banana to an NPC can be a lot of fun, especially if you want to play it up for laughs too. Very fun. It sounds like you're gonna have fun with that. For sure. All right, so yeah, we're gonna put this down as all right. Now this is the front runner. We're just kind of going down the list and we're choosing things. And everything's a little bit better than the last one. Let's look at the swashbuckler. I think this is going to be like the archer, though. Suave defense. Oh, its AC includes its charisma modifier. Very interesting. They get 3 skills. They have this one very useful. So, I don't know. Like, I would think I would go back and maybe just give this to the noble. The old noble snap block, which is what, like a half? Quarter? Half? Something like that. Whatever the noble snap block was when we were looking at it. Instead of making them have to use their reaction for the parry that gives them a +2, just move their charisma mod into their AC. The only downside is I think they have a +3 charisma, and they already have a 15 AC, which would make them have an 18 AC, which is probably... That's probably a bit high for like a CR 1/2 monster. Or quarter, whatever they are. It's very high for basically something that's supposed to be fighting level 1 and 2 parties. It's going to make them really hard to hit. It's a good stat block, but it, like the archer, doesn't really have a lot going on. So we're going to keep it with the orc red fang. Where it looks here. I'm not sure I want to use somebody who has a gun, but let's take a look. Yeah. I mean, they do get the grenade, plus the pistol, plus the musket, plus the longsword. I mean, this is pretty... The stat block's really good, though. The stat block's really good. I don't know, man. Maybe we're going to use the GIF. Or is it GIF, like the peanut butter? Or like the image format, right? File type. It's not GIF, it's GIF. Head first charge. Knock a creature over if it moves at least 20 feet in a straight line. It ends with larger, smaller creature. The creature must succeed on a DC 14 strength saving throw. Take 7 bludgeoning damage and get knocked prone. This is a really good stat block. The only downside is they have firearms, I guess, and I usually don't play with firearms in my games. But the grenade's fine. I talked about doing like a firefight, even though it does a lot of damage. 5d6 piercing damage. Oh, and you can throw it up to 60 feet. That's a long throw. I mean, not really, but in D&D terms, it's a long throw. In a 20-foot radius sphere. Interesting. I guess the only downside is they don't have any skills, right? I mean, again, we said that's not super important, but okay, so it's somewhere in between. They ignore the loading properties of muskets and pistols, right? Because they needed extra health. I mean, you could have just given them not that. Also, why does their pistol do a D10 of damage? That's a ton for a pistol. my character who has a pistol doesn't do D10 damage with it. I think he does a D6. Alright, this is... I like this. I should probably use this character and maybe reskin it for something else, but I don't think it's... I think this Red Fang is still going to be sort of like the most utilitarian one for us. Let's keep looking. The Lizard King or Queen. Oh, those are all CR4s. Oh, alright. Well, that kind of answers the question for us, doesn't it? Because we've already done Swashbuckler and Martial Arts Adept. And I'm not gonna choose a spellcaster. I already said that. So we're gonna do the Orc Red Fang of Shargas. Shargas. So this is the Orc Red Fang of Shargas. Alright. And then we'll go up to CR4s, which is going to be the last one of the humanoids I think we're going to do for today. I wasn't sure how long it was going to take me to kind of go through a lot of this. And even at this point, like, this will probably be more than I will need for most. I don't have it out. It's in another room. I was going to look at my quick matches real quick. Because I think that having a CR4 monsters that you can run to really quickly is going to be able to give us the ability to fight pretty much into the second tier of combat pretty reliably, as long as we're not doing solo creatures, right? So I think that'll probably get us most of what I'm looking for. Mostly. I may go up a little bit higher. We'll see. Oh, you're using Mythic and Pathfinder 2e. How do you like Pathfinder 2e? Because I bounced off of it pretty hard. I felt like... Now, this was years ago when it first kind of came out and I started playing it in the group, is I found that I felt like the player character that I built just felt like this like card deck of feats rather than a cohesive character. Like, I felt like the modular nature of how Pathfinder 2e is designed made me feel like I had a character that was not more than the sum of its parts, right? Like, it didn't feel like it was more of a character, and I felt like there were a lot of, like, what they call, like, trap options in there, like things that you'll take that probably won't come up, because I felt like I took a bunch of different selections as I was playing that character through multiple levels, that I had abilities, right, those sort of like ribbon abilities that didn't come up very often or at all in the games I was playing. But tell me what your experiences were, because that was mine, and I know that other people are enjoying it. I ended up bouncing off of it. Not that I'm against playing it again. I probably wouldn't run it, but I'm not against playing it again. Alright, let's do our last CR4. Nope, there we go. That is... Okay, now we're back to it. Now we're where I thought we were gonna be. Yeah, we've got 8. 8 to choose from, so 1 out of 8. This shouldn't take probably too long. 2 of them are were creatures, which I probably won't take because we already have a were creature. And 2 are warlocks, so not gonna take those either. So we've got an orc, a hobgoblin, an orc, or the lizard king or queen. Let's go with the lizard. Are these stat blocks exactly the same? Yes. Lizard King or Queen, they get some saving throws, which is nice. The stat block looks alright. Good, decent abilities, good hit points, fine armor class, which we can always change. They get 2 traits, which is what we're looking for. Ooh, and I like the skewer. Something that gives you temporary hit points is always nice. You get a multi-attack. Ooh, with options. So you can either use the bite and claw or 2 melee attacks with the trident, which is nice. Especially a block that specifically says that you can make 2 attacks with the same weapon is nice. Gives you a lot of versatility. Yeah, we get saving throws and skills. And the condition immunity, which, you know, will play with that. Because not every CR4 I need to improvise will be immune to being frightened. Though we are getting to the point, as we start reaching these CRs, where a lot more things become immune to conditions like that, and players basically stop casting spells like that will do things like frightened condition, because so many characters end up being resistant or immune to them that they're like, yeah, I'll just choose a different spell then. Alright, this is very solid option. I really like this stat block. So this is a punch up. Alright, let's say let me get the orc. War Chief. What do they got going on? Aggressive, Grump's Fury, more saves, only 1 skill. Battle Cry, that's very cool. Gain advantage on attack rolls, yeah, sweet. Very interesting, very interesting. I like it. I like it a lot. Oof. This could be a hard choice between the War Chief and the Lizard King. I may need to open these and technically, like... I may have to open these side by side so I can look at them. Now, this is a monster manual. And the Lizard King was... I think it's been rewritten, right? No, also a monster manual. Right. Interesting. So none of them were rewritten for the Horngaden book. Alright, let's look at the Hobgoblin Devastator, which I think is... Oh no, they did rewrite the Hobgoblin Devastator for some reason. Okay. Oh... The Devastator's a spellcaster, aren't they? Yeah, 7th level caster. So, probably not going to go with that one. I think I was getting confused. I think I'm thinking of a different Hobgoblin that's not the Devastator. I don't know what type of Hobgoblin it is, but it's not that. There's a Hobgoblin. Did we miss the Hobgoblin Captain? I don't remember seeing that for our level 3 option. This is pretty decent, but only has the 1 trait. We kind of, like I said, we kind of want something with 2 traits, so that way there's a little bit more things to swap in and out. We've got another orc creature, another orc paragon. Aggressive foe smiter. Okay. Good skills. Gets bonus to a saving throw. Good hit points. Good block of ability scores. This is a pretty solid one. They're gonna make this one tough. This could be a tough choice for the CR. Very tough choice indeed. Because I like this one too, and I especially like these. I mean, the nice thing is that I can swap out many of these actions. Deals an extra dive damage specifically with the longsword attack. Okay, why? With no prerequisite. That's interesting. Alright. Well, we basically got 3 really decent options. We've got the War Chief, the Lizard King and Queen, and we've got the Warblade. So I need to look at these side by side. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this. I'm just gonna redo these. And here. Then we can just kind of look at them in quick succession. Do that. Alright, so let's do... Alright, so that's the Orc Blade. Let's do the... Orc Cap. And what was the other one? The Orc War Chief. And this is... a Lizard King. Wait. Alright. AC is not really worried about hit points. Alright, well, one of them's clearly got way more hit points than the others. Bonus. Good saves. Four, and technically better. Medium hit points. Hold breath, the skewer. They all have 2 traits. 1, 2, 4. Yeah, these are all very... I think because they're very similar in structure, that's why I'm having a difficult time choosing them. So I think what I'm going to do... Which means that a lot of these are going to be able to swap out their traits and attacks very similarly, which will be good. But I think I'm actually gonna go with the Lizard King specifically because they get the swim speed, and they get, yeah, I mean, pretty much because of the swim speed. And their ability scores are, I mean, everybody's ability scores at this point are pretty good. I mean, these are very similar. A little bit more well-rounded. Has some charisma, so can actually do some talking. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Lizard King / Lizard Queen. Because they have the swim speed, which means that we can use that. That gives us an idea if we want to swap something for a creature that climbs. Like if I want to make a really nasty Ettercap, I can do that by giving them the climb speed of 30, or if I want to do an Aarakocra, right, I can give them that. They're going to have natural armor of 15 already, so they fight really well if I want them to be sort of wild people, like on the fringes of civilization, like way out, who don't have like advanced arms and armor, and they're still not going to be terrible, but also I can just throw armor on them if I want to. So I think I'm gonna go with this Lizard King. I think that's gonna be the one for us. Lizard King / Queen. Perfect. So Pathfinder is definitely interesting, yeah. Yeah, the characters... Yeah, I think there's a lot of traps where you can kind of do the jack-of-all-trades things if you spread yourself too thin. And then you just end up not being very good at stuff. Right, and optional rules like Gestalt, yeah. I mean, I played a lot of Gestalt Pathfinder 1. I don't know if I played any Gestalt in Pathfinder 2. I played a lot of Gestalt Pathfinder 1, and it's a lot. And Pathfinder's already a crunchy system, and then basically trying to run a character that's kind of 2 characters at the same time it's a lot. Yeah, more balanced. Yeah, I'm not sure it's something that I would choose for a solo RPG, because I think that the combat system's so crunchy. And so you have a lot of floating modifiers. which is usually sort of like the standard advice if you're gonna run a game by yourself. Is number one, it needs to be obviously a system you're familiar with, but the less crunchy or involved the system is, the faster the gameplay is going to be, and the less cognitive load, like the less stuff that you have to remember because you're playing both your character plus being a DM at the same time, like a dungeon master, game master at the same time, running that entire thing. And so that's just like an exponential, like it's logarithmic, right, growth about like how complex things are and how easy it is to forget things or screw things up, that sort of stuff. Yeah, okay. So yeah, like I said, I don't have any experience sort of game mastering either edition of Pathfinder, and looking at Pathfinder, and especially the way that monsters are built off the back of 3rd edition. And 3rd edition is the only edition of this. I can't even remember what. I think it was a recent Matt Colville video that I was watching. We were talking about monster design. 3rd edition's the only edition of D&D in which monsters are kind of built with along the same rules as player characters, and it's really finicky. I don't feel like it works. Some people swear by it. I think like it's way too much work to make a monster. Like, I'm not trying to make a full-fledged player character. I don't need to do that. And like, why are you making player characters to fight player characters? Right. So I like all the other editions of D&D where you have this idea where the monsters have totally different capabilities because they are not human. They are not like standard humanoids. They have completely different things that they can and can't do versus player characters, right? They don't play by the same rules. They're not supposed to. And that makes sense to me, right? When we think about monsters, we think about them not being like us a lot of times, right? So it makes sense. Oh, so you think the fine-tuning is what makes it better? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I can understand that. I can say it because third edition and 3rd edition derivatives are very specific about having very specific rules and rulings for as much detailed things that come up in a game compared to other editions, especially 5e, right? 5e Dungeon Master advice is just kind of like, no, just kind of wing it. Which some people lean into and some people struggle with that. That's fair. I think it's definitely a style choice, and it's DM and player choice, right? You have to put more, when you don't do that, you put more load on the DM about being fair and being an accurate judge of what's going on, as well as like then they become the arbiter of whether they're kind of in some ways in control of whether a player's going to have fun, but it also gives them the versatility to be like, if you have a player that wants to try something that's not covered by the rules, then a system like other editions of D&D or, you know, other tabletop RPGs in general compared to 3rd edition Pathfinder is that there's a lot more flexibility to just be like, yeah, you can probably wing it, and you don't have to worry about rules lawyering or everybody like having to jump into a book to try to find this one rule clarification that doesn't come up very often, or, you know, check the errata and stuff like that. But yeah, I can definitely see, because of the fine-tuning, why you would prefer that. 100% understand that. Alright, well, let's do our non-humanoids. So, we stopped down here, so we are at 1/2. We gotta go back to 1/2. Well, I guess we could just do reverse, right? We'll just start off with the nasty monsters and make our way back down. Making our way downtown. Looking out for pianos. Not humanoid, CR4. Right, we're gonna start to see, like, there's a lot more not humanoid. But we don't want warlocks. Yathhound. We already have a Neogi, so I'm probably not going to do a Neogi. Plus they're a warlock anyways. And ogres, giants feel a little bit too close to humanoids for me, I can just upscale a humanoid to be an ogre or giant if I want them to. I just make them bigger, right? It just up their damage, dies. So let's look at the Yeth Hound first. We can get rid of some of these. There we go. So let's look at the Yeth Hound. Very cool. So they have 2 traits right off the bat. And 2 cool actions. Yeah. Do a friend station. That's cool. They do sort of like a sonic attack. That's fun. Damage immunities to BSP for non-magical. Of course, we're getting into that, right? We're getting into that area where everything is now no longer resistant to, or everything's resistant to mundane damage for the most part. And yet we still pretend, 5e still tries to pretend that, no, you don't have to have magic items. It's like, well, you're gonna have to have magic items, because as you get higher and higher levels, almost everything's resistant to damage if you don't. And martials are already underpowered compared to their caster counterparts. So it's just kind of a insult to injury is often how I feel about the damage immunities for BSP, for non-magical stuff. I think it makes sense for context within the world, like why normal people don't deal with it compared to adventurers. I just don't think mechanically it resonates quite right there. I think that just it's a little bit dissonant. The mechanics between like the story thing they're trying to do, the narrative aspect of it, doesn't quite mesh for me. Oh, but Yeth Hounds do get to fly. That's very nice. 14 natural armor, 51 hit points. Not super great in that regard, but you know, possibility. I'm not going to do a dinosaur. Dinosaurs are really boring. Maragon. Double side, so they get 2 traits. 2 damage immunities, condition immunities. No skills, nothing. Can't speak. Telepathy. Yeah, everything in here is kind of wonky. And then we're going to give them weapons. Okay. At the end of the day. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna veto that. And like I said, I'm not going to do an ogre because that's just a big humanoid. Yeah, Mythic's good. Are you using the 1st edition or the 2nd edition of Mythic? I've messed around with the 1st edition. I haven't really messed around with the 2nd edition yet. I know there's some different stuff. I really like, one of the things that I want to incorporate for my next solo RPG campaign is sort of the way that they handle the story threads. So that way, it's more likely that you're going to close out existing story threads than spawning new ones and just getting a longer and longer list of potential plot threads to mess with. I do like the way that they have changed that to make that a little better. I do like the Vargas. I think the Vargas is pretty good. Fire Banishment, Soul Feeding. So we got the 2 traits that we're looking for. We've got good armor. We've got decent hit points. We've got a good stats. We've got skills. We've got immunities and resistances. Blind Sight, Dark Vision. Speaks multiple languages, including telepathy. Fire Banishment. It's very interesting. Fire Banishment, when the Vargas starts face engulfed in flames that are at least 10 feet high or wide, must succeed. So this is actually a negative trait. This is not a trait that we want. This is a banish. This is not something they're choosing to do. This is something that happens to them. And you would only know that if you know anything. You would have to know the Vargas stat block, right? You would have to do some sort of check. Religious, I guess, because they're a fiend. Soul Feeding. Because this is a -1, I'm probably going to give a pass on the Vargas. We're going to run into a lot of Fiends, aren't we? Again, the problem with Fiends that I find with Fiends is that they're similar to sort of giants, is that they're kind of just slightly different humanoids in a lot of times. They're just weird humanoids. I mean, this one's got tentacles. Incorporeal movement. That's a weird monster. Alright, this is technically a positive trait, right? As if they were difficult terrain. I don't know how often that will come up. Magic resistance, which is a fun one to throw in there. Tentacles. Possessed corpse, that's a fun one. Adopts the corpse's size and can't use incorporeal movement. Okay. This is a fun monster. I think it's got a little bit too much in the immunity resistance area. But it is fun. Alright, we'll put the book as maybe... I think I'm still gonna go with the Yethound though. The Stone Defender, maybe? Because I don't think we haven't thrown a construct in there yet. Could do. Let's look at our clockwork creatures. So that's 4. This guy down here is 4. Lots of hit points, decent armor class. Stat block has crappy mental stats because, of course, it's construct. Immunity to poison, magical resistance, unusual nature, slam. I mean, kind of a basic. This guy's a bit basic. I like the reaction though. But only having one action doesn't give us a lot of versatility to move in some other things. Whereas this one has the bite that does a bunch of different stuff, which is really cool. Something like this is really easy because if we decide that we don't want to do one of the things, I mean, right, we could always be like, well, if I wanted to make it like an actual snake, oh, it just always does poison damage. That's just its thing. Or paralysis, right? If I want to make it a spider or whatever. Confusion orb. Unfortunately, I don't love it. Did I look at the bow? Wow. Ooh. Very simplistic. Weakening gaze. Claws, multi-attack. Nah, we're gonna pass on that. Strigoi. So you are playing Mythic 2nd Edition, yeah. It's a little bit different than it. I remember watching somebody walking through it. It might have been Trevor DeBow. I was like, oh, there's a lot of changes in here that I actually quite like. It was either that or Geek Gamers. I can't remember who I was watching who had walked through it, kind of doing sort of like a fold and just kind of see everything that was kind of going on and all the changes they made. I just haven't fiddled around with it yet. I want to change something in the middle of the campaign. The Strigoi. Big Sturge, okay. Only has the one trait. It's a cool trait, though. Claws, the Proboscis. Magically summons surges. Okay. This is a really cool ability. This is something that I would like to look at maybe adding to sort of if I wanted to make like an alpha wolf or something like that. That would be really fun. to be like it does a howl that calls more wolves in to make combats more difficult if you don't spend the time attacking them and taking them down. Then they're gonna keep bringing in mooks. They're gonna keep bringing in adds to the fight. It's nice to have that sort of mechanically represented rather than just having to do that as DM. It's fun. But not a lot else going on there. Zombie plague spreader. Sure. We'll take a look. Undead fortitude, unusual nature, viral aura. So these are all good things. No negative traits for it. Has some immunities. It's crappy ability scores. So probably gonna get that one a miss. I do like it though. It's just I don't want to have something that I have to be too noodly with. Things like the attacks and their saves don't make sense for the creature, right? Because if I'm not having them be an undead. Did the Hound, sorry, it's Girlon. What about the Girlon? I can't remember the last time I looked at one of them. Nah, we'll get that one miss. Not enough going on. Talked about that. Deathlock, Succubus, Incubus. I think Succubus, Incubus also do spells. I think. I don't know. No, I guess not. Okay. And this gives us a lot of stuff to play with. Right, this gives us 2 traits to play with, which is good. Good skills. Pretty decent stat block. The only standout is really that it's got a low strength. What if I did Incubus? Does Incubus have literally the same stat block? Yep. Okay. So doesn't really matter. So maybe 5d10 plus 5 psychic damage. And reduces the hit point maximum. Oof. Enters the ethereal realm. And vice versa. So I can just jump out. That's pretty nasty. I like this. It's going to really depend on whether I have good actions to slot in and out from it, because, right, there are very few creatures who are going to need to have Charm and Draining Kiss and Etherealness as actions. I guess, we should probably follow the rules that we were doing for all the other creatures. Like, technically, this is basically just a humanoid plus, right? So, because we could technically put armor on them and give them a weapon, and so we should probably not use them. Sea Hag's Shadow Demon, I think, uses weapons, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Claws. Incorporating light sensitivity, so it really only has 2. It's a very simple stat block, which makes me think that it's also a spellcaster. Nope. But it does have fly, which is nice. Incorporeal movement could easily be changed out for a different type of movement, right? Climb, or run, or etc., swims. You give them that sort of bowl over GIF thing where they can just maybe knock people over, try to knock people over to move through them. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say that the Shadow Demon right now is in the lead, right? We've got good stuff going on. I like it. The Red Dragon Wormling I'm probably not going to use. Fire Breath, Bite. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Lamia. Multi-attack daggers, intoxicating touch, but nothing else going on. Really? The Lamia doesn't have any other, like, traits? That's weird. That seems not right. Helmed Horror, which is technically a construct, so it's going to have all the problems that constructs have. And the reduced threat. Helmed Horror. Immunities, resistances, magical resistance, spell immunity, multi-attack, longsword, AC 20. Hit points are kind of low though, actually. I guess because it's basically resistant to everything, you know. And one of the few creatures that's actually immune to force damage somehow. Okay, this is good. It actually doesn't have like negative mental stats, which is nice. The AC 20 is really high, and the hit points are really low. It does get a fly speed, which is nice. But I think I'm still going to go with the Yeth Hound. Just to give it a little bit more, because I mean this basically just does 2 longsword attacks, which doesn't give us a lot of options in the trait area, or in the attack area, action area. Ghost! A spooky ghost! Etten, Elephant, Quaddle, Chul. I'm trying to remember if the Chuls have anything decent to them. Amphibious, Sense Magic, Multi-Attack, Pincher, Tentacles. Great. 2 different types of attacks. 2 traits. Mediocre, or a small amount of immunities, which is easy to overlook. 1 skill. Okay, armor class, decent hit points. -3 on the intelligence and charisma, though. It's kind of a bummer. Let's look at bone. I think. Don't Bone Nagas cast? Aren't they casters? Yeah. It's like I'm pretty sure they're casters. Probably not gonna do a pudding. Might do a banshee. Banshee or ghost. That'd be interesting. Let's take a look at those. Take life. Oh, touching. Right. XP. Armor class is pretty low. But I mean, that's changed because it's basically resistant to most damage. Acid, Fire, Lightning, Thunder, and BSP from non-magical attacks. And immune to basically every condition. Which is maybe a little overkill. Same thing with Ghost, pretty much. So yeah, incorporeals are kind of hard to get away with. Flame schools are casters. Black Pudding is pretty slow, so I think we're gonna go with the Yeth-Hound. So okay, let's do that. So Yeth-Hound. That was gonna end up being the kind of the best choice for us. Alright, let's go down to 3. Like, I knew this was probably gonna take a little bit longer because we're gonna have a lot more of them. Of non-humanoids, like, oof. Yeah, we have. Good golly jeez. We've got, what is that? That's, 62 choices. Probably not gonna do Vampire Mist, not gonna do Trapper, which is kind of a gotcha monster. Wraith Warriors, they're pretty nasty though. Right? The problem is they're basically humanoids. I guess they're not. I thought there was more to them than that. Shadow Mastiff. That's a CR2. Oh, we're looking for the alpha. They have ESP, Ethereal Awareness, Sunlight Weakness, so they get 1 trait. Let's see if we can find somebody with 2 traits. Make it easier. Red Caps. Red Caps are kind of specific. They also use weapons. Yeah. Because again, they have that problem where they're just kind of humans. Same thing with the ogres. Pretty sure the Nyogi cast spells. Let's double check. Do know that nobody likes Nyogi. No Fortitude, Spider Climb, Multi-Attack, Bite Claw. Not a lot going on. But they've got skills. Alright, well, we'll just throw them in as the maybe for right now. Okay, maybe. Then we're gonna get into Renaloth. I think. Alright, there. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they're casters, aren't they? Yeah, they're a caster. Like Yogi. Yogi, yeah. Unfortunately, Nyogi are kind of hated by basically everybody else in D&D. I mean, they're slavers just like every other monstrous race tends to be in D&D, but they are specifically hated by basically everybody. And they're definitely somebody you're more likely to come across if you're doing like a Spelljammer kind of thing. Duhrota. Got a Mimicry, they got the Stench, they got the Bites, they got the Hooves. Abyssal and Knoll. Interesting. Okay, I like this a little bit more. I like the stat block a little bit more. So we'll keep this in the maybe section, right? We'll keep this in the maybe section. I think I like this better than the Shadow Mastiff. Let's look at the Flail Snail. I'm not sure I've ever looked up the Flail Snail in 5e. Anti-magic shell. So just the one. Get some extra stuff though. Get some extra actions, which is fun. Yeah, but not too much going on. And the speed's kind of a bummer. I mean, you can always hand wave it, but I'm trying to... Because these are going to be kind of utilitarian. I don't want to have to hand wave too many things. So that way when I look at the stat block, I have to remember all the things that I changed on the fly. Which is what I'm trying to avoid doing. You know what? I'm going to put a... I'm going to say no on the Dwargar Screamer. It's just going to be just a bad X. We've got 2 Dwargar, and the constructs really haven't been working out for us. So, yeah. So we'll just have to keep going. We'll see. Brain in a Jar, which I think is a caster. A Dolphin Delighter. I have no clue what that is. I am unfamiliar with this monster. Speed 0, swim 60. Yep. No. We're not gonna use that. We already looked at Deep Scion. What about a Cave Fisher? They're kind of fun, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Flammable Blood, that's always fun. Spider Climb, Multi-Attack, Retract Filament. So we're going to get extra attacks. We're going to get multiple attacks, plus we're going to have another extra action we can move to be something else. It's got a pretty decent AC, okay hit points, get some skills. Stat block's alright, kind of. I mean, intelligence and charisma, it's always got animalistic intelligence. And we've got 2 good traits. Alright, Cave Fisher, front runner. Front runner for right now. Let's see. I think this is going to be too hard to turn into not this. Just did cursory glance. Yeah, I think this action right here is basically not going to be useless unless you're playing a Fiend. Probably not a Swarm. Carrion Stalker, even though it's tiny. Let's look at it. No, we're not gonna do that. Brain in a Jar, we already said no to. We have basically looked at all these. There's a Water Weird. Water Weirds are interesting. Right, we could maybe choose that. Let's look at Yeti. Yeti or Winter Wolf? Maybe we'll have it or Yuck. Yuck. Better luck there. Why do we have so many Yetis in 5e? Purifier, Kingsman, Snowball. Chilling Gaze. Okay. I like these stats a little bit better. Their armor class sucks though. And then let's go with our Winter Wolf. Wolves are pretty just like, usually a pretty solid just baseline creature. 3 traits, 2 skills, decent stats. Armor class kind of sucks, but the hit points are good. I could probably pretty easily be like, alright, well I'm going to take, basically a hit die away, and for every hit die I take away, I add an armor class maybe. A point of armor, maybe 2 points of armor. If I want to push it up. Has breath attack with recharge. That gives us a different option. I like it, but I don't love it. I like it, but I don't love it. White. Whites are corporeal, right? We're gonna run into the same problem where they're basically just humans. Yeah. Which is not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get something that's distinctly not human, because we already have humanoids. And those are very easy to turn into undead. Visible in water, waterbound, constrict, only has the one action though. Yeah. We can do better. I know we can do better. We have a bunch of monsters to look at. Spectators are kind of weird. Ooh. Maybe a face spider. A face spider I think has a pretty solid stat block, if I remember correctly from the last time I ran one. Yeah. We have 3 traits. It's got the 1 bite, but it's a 1 bite plus some con save, which means we can do some maybe other stuff with it. Has 1 skill. Okay ability scores. Has the climb speed, which we can change to something else. The armor class is low and the hit points are low, unfortunately. I ran a very fun adventure in which I reskinned the face spider as a construct spider, which was very fun. And they were just sort of like these automated defenders of this kind of automated warehouse facility. Very interesting. They were nasty though. They killed somebody. It was kind of a nightmarish place, I think, for the players. I don't think they liked that place very much. Let's look at Manticore. Okay, not terrible. Not great, though. We can do something else. Mummy's gonna be too humanoid. I think Owlbear's just pretty straightforward, right? I don't think they've really got a lot going on. Yeah, not really. Ooh, Minotaur, because I know Minotaur's got some traits that we can use. We can swap out. Even though technically they're kind of humanoid, right? And we're trying to avoid that. But they have the Great Axe and the Gore, which we could always change out the Great Axe for a claw attack or a bite attack or something like that. That gives us 2, right? Having these 2 gives us basically that classic claw bite or claw tail setup, which is good. Gives us reckless, gives us a charge, gives us plenty of traits, gives us a skill, and gives us a pretty solid ability score and an okay and kind of mediocre armor class. I'd like to get it to 15, but it's fine. Alright. Let's go with Minotaur for right now. And see if we can get anything better than that. But I do like that so far. Let's look at Hook Horror. Been a minute. Echolocation, multi-attack hook. I think we can do better. Maybe a Hellhound. Let me have enough stuff that we're looking for. Yeah. Get the 2 attacks, 2 traits, a skill, and an alright. I like it, but I think the Minotaur's still technically better for what we're trying to do, for that more utilitarian aspect. Grells. I don't think Grells have too much going on. Yeah. Just their tentacle action. Let's look at Basilisk. That's really going to be the last thing that maybe is going to knock our Minotaur out of it. It helps if you spell it correctly. There we go. Oh, it just has the 1 trait. Okay, so it looks like Minotaur. I was really trying to do like something that wasn't very humanoid, but I knew that it was going to have a number of traits in there is going to be really helpful for us. And because it has sort of like the gore and that stuff, it's helpful. It's very easy to skin to make it feel not humanoid. All right, let's go down to 2. CR2. There we go. All right. How many of these nasty guys do we have? Too many. There's too many. Too many. Goodness. Yeah. All right. I'm not sure I want to look through 83. Let's do some additional filtering. We've got a lot of duplicates because of the sourcing, right? So let's look at our sources. Let's disable. Let's look specifically at the latest book where we got reprints and kind of minor updates and tweaks of a lot of things. So let's look at that first, and let's see if any of these are going to... Alright, that dramatically drops down our list, right? So we went from 80 plus to now we've got like 19 to look at, which is a much more useful one. So we have the Shadow Mastiff, which has some stuff in it. We were looking at the alpha. Yeah, we can do better. I'll look at the Veggie Pygmy, but I think this is gonna be a little too on the nose. I mean, they get 2 traits. Claw, Spear, Sword. So we've got 3 separate actions, including a multi-attack. So I had 2 skills. Okay on everything. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm glad I gave it the good shake. A chance, right? Because, yeah, I think... all right, that's what we're looking to beat. We're looking to beat Veggie Pygmy. Chief. Rudderkin. I feel like every time I look at a CR2, look up CR2 monsters, I look at Rudderkins, and I never use them. Yeah. Ever Blazing Fear. Quetzalcoatl is going to cast spells, so I don't want that. Trying not to use ogres. I think the main lock is also a caster, right? Pretty sure. I am pretty sure the main lock's a caster. I think. Nope. But they do have some light sensitivity, which we can find something. We can find better. I believe in this. The Hobgoblin Iron Shadow. That's gonna be a little bit too. I mean, it's a monk, right? That's what it is. Ooh, maybe a guard drake. I don't think they have a big stat block though. I don't think they have a lot going on. Let's use them. Yeah, they just have some actions. They get some extra stuff. Basically 1 extra thing plus that. So, okay. Fine. Darkling Elder, Burbling. Let's get the Burbling. Yep, not that. Not gonna look at an Auroch. Maybe a Kruthic. I think Kruthic's, the adult Kruthic maybe have something. Pack Tactics, Tunneler, Multi-Attack, Stab, Spike. Perception, Dark Vision, Tremor Sense. 18 natural armor, 39 hit points. Standard, yeah, let's go with adult Kruthic. I think that's probably going to be our winner. It's got double speed, it's got a skill, it's got a decent stat block. It's clearly an animal stat block, but pretty almost humanoid. It gives us 2 traits that we can swap out. It gives us 2 attacks we can swap out plus the multi-attack. I like it. I like it a lot. Well, that's the last one we're gonna look at. So yeah, that's gonna be the winner, I guess. Adult Kruthic. So we'll drop that down to Adult Kruthic. And I cannot remember the last time I actually ran Kruthic. I don't run a ton of Underdark tunnely stuff, so I don't run into those guys very often. They're sort of like kindness big bugs. But hey, if you want to run a Helldivers campaign, I guess. There you go. Alright, let's go down to 1. See our uno. Is this our last one? No, we still need to do half. Okay. How many of these guys do we get? Not too many. Not too many. Okay, so we busted it down to about 18. What if we take the filtering off? I think this is a bad idea, but let's I think this is just gonna give us too many. Yeah. 50, 60, 61. Yeah, alright. Frankly, it's just too many monsters to choose from, especially when a large portion of them are going to be, a pretty significant portion of them are going to be rewrites. Right? They got rewritten in the book. Let's just disable all, we'll just use Mordenkainen Presents. Because a number of them are going to show up as duplicates, and we should probably take the most recent one. Hey, oops, turned off all the filtering. That's not what I meant to do. See our ones. Okay. Yeah, much easier to deal with. Oh, we need to add the not humanoid. There we go. Warlocks, nope. Varguil, I like Varguil. Do they have enough traits? They're gonna be a weird creature. No, they have no traits. And they're too small. It's just not a good choice. Maybe a thorny Vegapigme. We almost went with the chief, so... Yep, they're gonna have that same sort of stuff kind of going on. Only got the 1 attack, but they do have 2 skills, 3 traits. Positive traits, which is nice. Yeah, mediocre armor, but they've got decent hit points. Alright, we'll put the Thorny Vegapigme in the lead for right now. Now, this is what we're looking to beat. I'm pretty sure Stone Cursed is not going to be for us. Let's double check. Yeah, Petrifying Claws. It's a very specific thing. Sea Spawn, Quick Clang, and Vanilla Bog, Weasel. That's one of the things we were looking at, right? Yeah, but that's very humanoid. I won't use that. A Ma Demon? Ma Demon. Ma Demon. Alright. No. Skip. Ooh, female steeder. I know they're a lot more nasty than the male counterparts, which we already liked. But they've got the same sticky leg, they've got the bite, they've got the spider climb, they've got the leap. They just do more poison damage. And they're larger. Because female steeders are category large, I believe, but male steeders are medium. Decent stats, I mean, right, barely animal at 2, right? But has dual speed, meh armor class, but okay hit points. 2 skills, good dark vision, and the 2 traits, and technically 2 different types of attacks. So yeah, let's go with all right, I like that better. So let's do we'll do the female steeder. That's a dinosaur, right? Yeah. Nah. We're supposed to not get humanoids, and then they gave us a humanoid. The choker. I don't think they have enough traits. Oh no, they've got plenty of traits. They don't have very many hit points. They are very weird, though. It has multi-attack, but it's just a grappler. The tentacle's nice. But I think I'd rather have something that's got 2 separate attacks. Give us a little bit more versatility. So I think I'm going to go with female steeder still kind of being our... That's the thing to beat. And that was the last one. I mean, I guess we didn't... Well, we already looked at the flesh and hour before. Okay, so that's what we'll go with. We'll go with the female steeder. We're going to have 2 spiders in here. Again, because it's really useful because of that added poison, we can always change that to be fire or acid or some other damage type if we wanted to. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And female steeder. Alright, so this is going to be our last one that we're going to fill out. We're going to do the half CR. Let's filter down to half CR. We do not have very many to choose from. Let's maybe take the filter off then. The source filter. Yeah, it's going to give us a lot. Actually, what I can do is I can just take off more kinds, and then I can trust that if there is one, then I can find it over at JSON bar. What? What? What are our filters? Let's reset all our filters. Let's go back to half. A body taker podling. A death's head. Looks like a body taker podling. I don't think we're gonna... I think this is gonna be a very specific thing. Yeah. And it's got a 10-10-10. That's very interesting speed. Alright, I don't think that one's gonna be for us. I like it. I like the idea of it anyways. Just not for us right now. I'm gonna do that. Take our filters off. Let's be not humanoid. Gosh, dang it. This one with what robes? Maybe a gazer. I think gazer's got some traits, right? I mean, they are kind of... Oh no, I'm messing this up, right? Yeah. Not a gazer. We're not gonna do gazers. We use those in the solo RPG, a bunch of them. They just made for a really frustrating fight. It's because they kept pushing things instead of dealing damage. Or dying. Not the Darkling. I don't... Well, let's give it a look. Let's give it a fair shake. Yeah, not the Darkling. Fans, oh, I think I actually have a miniature with these guys, don't I? I think maybe so. That's who I'm thinking it is. Yeah, I actually got a miniature of one of these guys. They're funky. They're kind of like Ettercaps, but not Ettercaps, sort of. Naparilo, which I don't think. Haven't got a lot of luck with the Fiends. Yeah. Maybe a Warg. Very standard. Like I said, anything that's kind of wolf-like has pretty baseline stat block for our utilitarian needs when we're looking for when we can swap things in and out. But not much here. Just gets us the one trait and the one attack. I'd really like something, like I said, I'm trying to get something with 2 traits at least, because that gives us a lot more flexibility about like slotting in traits for other traits to take a monster and reskin it and make it feel really different without having to, you know, keep a whole book of monsters with us. We can just keep a handful of monsters and a handful of traits and just keep swapping them back and forth. That does not really work for us. I don't think the Vine Blight's gonna work for us. Nah. Look up. Sure, I'll look at the Tridron. No, I'm not gonna look at the Tridron. It's too humanoid. And I don't think I want to do a Swarm. Shadow is way too nasty. We're not gonna use a Shadow. Maybe a Rust Monster. I don't think they have any traits, though. It's a problem. Oh, no, they do. So it gives us 2 different actions, which is always nice. It gives us the 2 traits, which is what we're looking for. 2 positive traits for them that we can swap out. So we can swap out the, obviously, Rust Metal for something else. And then if we're trying to take a Rust Monster and make it into some other sort of monstrous thing. Pretty low AC, but decent hit points. Dark Vision. This is a pretty decent stat block. We're gonna put this in the firm maybe category. I don't think we really had anything else in here, right? Yeah, we really hadn't come across anything yet. So yeah, that's gonna be certainly our fallback for right now. We can look at Reef Shark, but we haven't had a lot of success with aquatic creatures. Just because they're so aquatic focused. Blind Sight, Pack Tactics, Water Breathing Bite, yeah. Yeah, let's look at some... Let's use a Magman and then some methods. Yeah, Magmen are very specific, though. They're cool creatures, and you can definitely reskin them for other things, but they're very fire-focused, and that can be hard to move to a different element. Alright, so we are looking at 1/2s, right? Yeah. So we need 1/2s. Methods are really nice. They don't have a lot of hit points, though. They have the Death Burst, they have that, they have the tooth that we're looking for. They've got a skill. Their stat block's okay, and it's not, well, it's not very good, frankly, but it's because they're small. So, let's see if we can find something else other than methods. Ooze. Oozes are very specific. What if we did giant goat? I think giant goat might actually have something for us. They've only got the one action though. They've got 2 traits though, which is really nice. Putting a charge and sure-footed, which could be useful for any sort of basically basic monster. Giving them the ability to charge and ram. And this ram could be anything, right? We can make that piercing damage and make it a bite. Turn this charge into a pounce. Get rid of the sure-footed and make it a pounce, so you can either charge or pounce. Maybe something like the orc thing, which allows them to basically like free charge, or bonus action charge. Hit points 19. Their AC is kind of meh, but crocodile. I don't think crocodiles have a lot going on, because I feel like I had this discussion with another one of my friends who was turned into a crocodile as a druid. Yeah, they don't really have too much going on. Ooh, but Dark Mantle might be good for us. They're gonna have a lot of stuff. Because I know they're gonna immediately have the false appearance, yeah. So, alright, stab block. Armor class kind of sucks. I mean, they're definitely an ambusher monster. They have the crush. They have 2 different actions, which is nice. 2 traits, which is nice. A skill, which is nice. And we could always change this around, right? We got a 30-10. Which means that we could very much make it something that has a 40 speed. If we wanted to make it an animal, we could have something be... We could always take a look at their stat block and be like, okay, well, if I wanted it to be a strength-based... I mean, I guess everything is strength-based for them. Never mind. Alright, so maybe Dark Mantle. Cockatrice. Yeah. Not that. And Black Bear, but I don't think Black Bear is going to give us anything interesting. Not a back bear, a black bear. Talking about bears in the front, not bears in the back. Keen smell, multi-attack, fine claws. Easy to hit, good hit points though. Speed 40, climb 30. That's always nice. But yeah, I think it's gonna be hard. I mean, let's look at Giant Wasp. I skipped over Giant Wasp, but ooh, Awakened Giant Wasp. What if I use that stat block? I mean, it doesn't seem like they're awakened if they have an intelligence of 1. I think the intelligence should be 10. I believe that's what awakened does. It gives us something with a fly speed. I don't know. What do you guys feel like? I feel like... I think we gotta use the Dark Mantle. I think that's the thing that makes the most sense. Let's go back through it. Not using Piercer. Rust Monster was okay. Not great. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna use a Dark Mantle. That's gonna be our Half-CR creature. Which is a good classic D&D monster too. It's a good one. It's a good ambusher. But they're technically not very hard to fight. They typically show up by themselves though. They're usually like a gotcha kind of monster. But not in a bad way, not in a like, oh, you didn't know that you have to burn the trolls so they don't regenerate. It's like, no, there's just a thing that's good at hiding, and then it jumps down on you and grabs you and squeezes you and does a pretty decent amount of damage, and then your friends hack it to death, and that's the end of it. Except I think, is Dark Mantle one of the creatures that you have to be careful, right? Which just can attack no other creatures. No, okay. I think that's probably just technically how I typically DM them. I feel like with these and Sturges, I think Sturges have it in their block, where there's a likelihood that you're actually going to end up injuring the person they're attached to rather than them. So Dark Mantles don't do that, but I think sometimes usually if I'm running them or another creature that sort of like engulfs like that, if you do damage to them, there's a chance that like half that damage is actually going to go to the person you were trying to help. Because I mean, a Dark Mantle is kind of just like a big fleshy umbrella that just kind of drops over you. It's almost like a cephalopod kind of thing, like a octopi kind of thing. There's not like bones or anything. And so if you stab into it, I mean, you assume they're like maybe that thick at the thickest. And if you stab your sword into it, you're going to go through that first inch, and then you're just stabbing your friend. And so that's generally how I try to play that. It's much more that's like, instead of attacking it, why don't you do the strength check, try to just pull it off. Since we have mechanics for that. But yeah, that's it. And that's our first sort of like tier 1 look at this. I think this is going to be really useful. Like I said, I'll probably go back in and I'll take a look at I'll take a handful of really good looking traits and maybe some other secondary attack kind of things, like the grapple, things that do poison, maybe some stingers, things like that, and kind of add those and have like a sidebar that's got those, so they're very easy to sort of like swap in and out. And then I can take these however many monsters there are. How many did we say? There's like 18. And then with the hot swapping the traits and hot swapping maybe some actions, I can make like hundreds of different monsters very easily in just a few seconds, right? I can just be like, okay, not this, yes this, not that, yes this. I like this, I'll keep that. I want to up this AC a little bit, so I'm actually going to reduce these hit points, and then I've got a custom monster ready to play at the table without having to use my other system, which is like, alright, I need to take a few minutes, we need to take a short break so I can custom make the monster. So just using what's here and just reskinning and changing things a little bit to make it a little bit, make things a little bit faster, but also not make me feel like I have to carry around, an armful of books to DM without a digital screen, which is what I'm trying to avoid, right? It's the one thing that's kind of tough for me as a sort of analog, specifically Dungeon Master, is that if I get to a place where, because I don't run a lot of published adventures, if I get to a place where I need a monster that I don't have a stat block for, I have to like kind of make it up, which can take too much time, I found. I liked the rubric I had for making custom monsters, but that's more of a prep thing than an at the table thing. So I want to do this to make something that's like at the table I can use very quickly. By just having a handful, like having two monsters at every CR with a number of different like traits you can swap them out with seems like exceptionally good. I think that's really going to work out for me. I'll have to test it, obviously. But I think this is going to work out a lot better for me without taking up too much room, right? I can probably get, realistically, 4 on a page, right? So if I add to my DM's notebook, so that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's only adding like 4 pages to my DM's binder. 4 pages with the traits in the sidebar, which I don't think is going to be an issue if I'm only putting 4 on the page. 4 stat blocks on the page. So yeah, that's going to be, I think this is going to work out good for me. If you're interested to know how it goes, of course, leave a comment down below and let me know what you guys are looking for. If you're interested in seeing sort of like the final product, if you want something like that, just let me know, and I'm sure I can figure out a way to sort of like throw it up there for something. Maybe I can put it up on Coffee, or maybe I'll go throw it on... Well, I probably can't throw it on DriveThruRPG. I can probably make it available through Coffee. So all the links for all that stuff is going to be in the description below, and you'll be able to find that. Other things to before we just hop off. This is a lot of fun. Next time we'll hit it back. We'll go with the solo RPG. It'll be session 33. And we'll see what's going to go from there. I mean, we're finally going to... Seems like we're getting Rhyme Fire checked off. We've leveled up. We've still got Gimbal in the Winds, but we've dealt with Norcruth. We've got a lot of stuff. Everything's kind of coming to a head there. So things are finally looking up. Things are finally coming up, Leah, for once. So make sure to come back and check that out. Let's see, I put up, we talked about it, but I put up the new blog on reddragonfiend.com. You can go check that out. You can check out Coffee if you want to support me. Other ways to support me if you can't or don't want to spend money is to like this video and share it with your friends, and make sure you subscribe. Share it on your favorite Reddit or RPG forum. That's always really, really helpful to get more eyeballs on stuff. Let's see, anything else that we need to talk about? I don't think so. I think that's everything. I hope so, because that's all I can think of. Anyways, there's always a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. And I'll see you guys next time, alright? Bye.